Chapter 11:15. The Tiger That Guards the Door. Xiao the sharp arrow shot out. This arrow was incredibly fast, turning into a streak of light that rapidly shot towards that strange demonic beast. Ling Han nodded internally. This shot might not be as powerful as the annihilating Dragon Star arrow, but the gap wasn't very large. However, if he shot the annihilating Dragon Star arrow with this bow and arrow, the might would definitely be even stronger. If he shot out the ultimate arrow, it would be even more so. Ding. The arrow arrived, releasing a series of fiery sparks and then bounced back. The demonic beast seemed to have been startled awake and suddenly stood up. It was like someone suddenly grabbing a rug in the middle part and then picked it up, making for a very bizarre sight. But in the process of rising, the form of this demonic beast was also changing. It actually turned from a thin rug into a fierce tiger. It was 30 meters long and 15 meters tall. It was completely crimson, and the fur on its neck seemed to be burning, displaying its awe-inspiring presence. Everyone watched this with shock, not because of the appearance of the demonic beast, but rather because this shot from Xiao Cici had actually not had the slightest effect. This was extremely astonishing. The abilities of demonic beasts are beyond our expectations. What should we do? Force our way in? How about we first have a few of us draw this demonic beast away, then open the large doors and we go together afterwards? This is not a bad idea. It is obviously meaningless to continue wasting our time here. Everyone nodded. After a discussion, they decided to have Duan, Quan Lishuan, and Su Jing draw the demonic beast away, whereas the remaining number would be responsible for opening the doors. They were all geniuses of the present era. Since they had already laid out a plan, they would naturally proceed according to their plan to the letter, not hesitating in the slightest. Ugly, come chase us. The trio began to provoke it, but that demonic beast merely lay there lazily, ignoring them completely. Just like it had not pursued them when it had been shot earlier, it was so lazy that it practically raised their hackles in anger. Duan and his group quickly made their moves, blasting out stream after stream of origin power towards that demonic beast. At first, the demonic beast was too lazy to care, but when it had been hit many times, it finally lost its patience. With a roar, it charged towards the three of them. This pounce was extraordinarily fast. Duan and his group fled in different directions, using the terrain in this place to play a game of hide-and-seek with this demonic beast. Ling Han and the others rushed out too and began to barrage the doors. Large bangs sounded out continuously, but what shocked them was that these doors were so sturdy they seemed unbreakable. Everyone used their respective ultimate moves, but no matter how powerful their attacks were, even normal cultivators at the peak stage of the consummate level of Mountain River tier would be insta-kill were completely useless against these big doors. We can't open it at all. They had no choice but to admit that in the face of these doors, their power was just like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to move the ladder in the slightest. Xiao Cici, who was a careful person, suddenly pointed at that demonic beast as she exclaimed, "Look at the neck of that tiger." Everyone turned their heads and saw that there actually seemed to be a key hanging around the neck of that demonic beast. Looks like we must defeat this fierce tiger, and take that key to open these doors. We cannot use shortcuts. Then, let us call Brother Du and the others back and battle with our full effort. All of them were heroic characters. Previously, they'd chosen to draw the tiger away only because they had not wanted to waste their time, but now that their only option was to battle, they feared nothing. Shui Yinyu and the spear-wielding man stepped back to one side. In this kind of battle they could not possibly interfere, or it would be merely seeking their own deaths. That was because this demonic tiger was very powerful. If that had not been the case, Duan and the others would not have needed to draw it away, and would have only had to trap it on one side. They sent out a signal for Duan and the others to return. Duan and his group all circled back, and when they saw that the big doors were still tightly locked, they couldn't help but be curious. There is no need to ask. We can't open these doors at all. We need the key hanging on the neck of that demonic beast, Guanrong explained. Then we just have to fight. Duan and his group were also not the slightest bit afraid. The 8 great prodigies stood together to receive the demonic tiger that was racing back towards them. The strength of this demonic tiger was a little inconceivable. There were actually as many as 80 divine patterns on its body. What kind of concept was this? It was equivalent to an 8-star genius. Furthermore, as it was at the peak stage of the consummate level of Mountain River tier in the first place, added with the power of 8 stars, It was so incredibly powerful that none would dare to befriend it. No wonder there was a need for 10 to form a team. Though Ling Han and the others were all prodigies among prodigies, fighting this demonic beast, they would only be defeated. Theoretically, the number of 10 would be able to compensate for the gap of a single star in battle prowess. After all, these prodigies had not yet formed their fifth mountain river, so against this demonic beast, they were practically at a loss for what to do. Come on. All 8 were confident. Aside from Ling Han, the other 6 had reached the peak stage of the consummate level of mountain river tier, their power reaching as high as 6 stars, and added with the secret techniques they knew, their battle prowess was at least 7 stars. The battle prowess they showed when using their ultimate moves would definitely be capable of reaching 8 stars. Hence, there was still quite a high chance that they would win the battle. I'll focus on the front, Ling Han said. This gained the complete agreement of Xiao Sisi, Su Jing and Duan. Though Xiao Wuque was very displeased, he did not object. They all knew that the toughness of Ling Han's physique was far superior to theirs, so he was the best choice to be the main assault on the front. Quan Li Xuan and the others meanwhile had never witnessed Ling Han's defenses, and were slightly surprised. A cultivator in the high extreme of mountain river tier was going to take the front. But even Xiao Wuque had not objected, so they naturally could only choose to trust him. Ling Han drew out the divine demon sword, and after awakening its power, immediately charged towards the demonic tiger. Puh! The demonic tiger waved a paw and suddenly slapped down on Ling Han. Its power was too strong, almost reaching the true apex of mountain river tier. Ling Han was completely unqualified to stand strong against an attack of this strength. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't help but be depressed. Previously, he had been sucked dry by Empress Luan Xing. He had just recovered a little with much difficulty. Now he was forced to throw up blood from an attack. Did the world have some kind of grudge against him? This attack caused a few of his bones to be dislocated, but Ling Han's origin power merely trembled, and his bones naturally went back to their appropriate positions. He bounced off his feet and once again charged over. Using the fast technique, his offensive was like a wave. Quan Li Xuan and the others watched on, dumbfounded. Being smacked with such powerful strength, you fuck came off unscathed. What kind of freak were you? However, though Ling Han's physique was freakish, that demonic beast was no ordinary character either. Under Ling Han's multiple slashes and attacks, it also appeared to be similarly unharmed, as if it was indestructible like diamond. This was really inconceivable. Previously, it had transformed into a rug, being extremely soft, but now, it seemed to be like high-grade godly metal, being incredibly hard. How could these two completely opposing traits possibly appear on the same body? The demonic beast pounced, its battle prowess powerful, appearing to be almighty. Ling Han restrained it up front, and the 7 of them attacked with their full effort. However, every attack was a waste of energy. The freakishly high defenses of this demonic tiger had even surpassed Ling Han's. This is definitely not a demonic beast but rather a puppet. Ling Han concluded. He had possessed such a physique only through cultivating the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, so how could it be matched by any random creature that crossed their path? However, if this demonic beast was really a puppet built from godly metal, it would be understandable. One would only need to use level 5 godly metal to build this puppet, and the defenses were naturally not something that could be resolved by mountain river tier. This would also explain why its strength was so powerful. Chapter 11:16. Want a reward? It should be a puppet. Otherwise, one would have needed to form the 5th mountain river to reach 8 stars of power. If it had really formed the 5th mountain river, I do not believe such a being would agree to being a guard of the door here. But if it really is a puppet, what do we do? Puppets had no vital points, knew no pain, and aside from the fact that their brains were a little dumb, they were practically a perfect fighting machine, and there was no way around them. They had more or less confirmed this. This demonic tiger's defenses had surpassed the limits of mountain river tier, and it was already invincible by nature, so how were they supposed to defeat it? Ling Han pondered for a moment and then answered, there are 2 possibilities. Firstly, there is a limit to the amount of time a puppet can move. We would only need to persist for a certain amount of time, and it would naturally stop attacking. And secondly, we do not have to destroy the puppet, but merely take the key. The others nodded respectively. This could not possibly be irresolvable, or it would have lost the meaning of existence. Let's take the key. They immediately came to a decision. It was very simple. Even if this demonic tiger had a limit to the amount of time it could move, they did not know how long that period of time would be. Hence, it was naturally best for them to take the key, and this was also the crux of their problem. Brother Ling and I will be responsible for drawing the attention of this demonic tiger, and you guys take the chance to snatch the key, Xiao Sisi said. She once again drew out her bow and arrow, and aimed right at the eyes of the demonic tiger, shooting arrow after arrow. So rich. Usually, Ling Han could not bear to use the godly arrows he had obtained, because there were only so many of them. The moment he shot them out and did not manage to retrieve them, that would mean one less arrow in his possession. Xiao Sisi, on the other hand, continued to shoot arrow after arrow without stop, and she did not look like she had the slightest intention of retrieving them. He really had no idea exactly how many arrows she had actually brought. As expected of the princess of the Thousand Frost Majestic Empire, rich and imposing, Ling Han sighed and cheered himself up to continue to stand strong against this demonic tiger on the front line to gain time and create an opening for the others. Duan and the others meanwhile began attacking the collar that had the key hanging from it. After a few times, they looked immensely pleased because though the collar was also very sturdy, it was not unbreakable. With this, their confidence naturally increased greatly, and they were strongly on the offensive. After a few hundred attacks, the collar was finally broken. However, this was only a collar and it was useless for them to just create a hole in it. It was still firmly hanging on the neck of this demonic tiger, so they had to create another hole on the other side, only then would the collar finally drop. Fuck, can you guys get a move on? Ling Han gritted his teeth. He was enduring all the firepower from the demonic beast. Those were the attacks of a being at the peak stage of the consummate level with 8 stars of strength. That was practically about Sun-Moon tier level, and even if his physique was comparable to level 4 godly metal, he could not hold on much longer. If it were not for the effects of the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, continuously healing his body, he would have been killed who knew how many times over. We're close. Even Xiao Sisi had joined the team that was attacking the collar. She shot out arrow after arrow and they were all hitting the same place. Because none of them would dare fight this demonic tiger at close quarters, they could only shoot out sword rays, saber rays, fist rays and other such long-distance attacks. Their power was naturally slightly weaker, which also caused severing the collar take a considerably long amount of time. After close to an hour had passed, a ding was heard. The collar had finally been broken in half, and while the upper half was still stuck on the neck of the demonic tiger, the lower half had already dropped down. And on it the key was attached. Ling Han hurriedly retreated, creating some distance between himself and the demonic tiger, whereas the others took advantage of the opening to pick the key up and rush towards those big doors. They pushed the key in and after turning the key the great doors slowly opened. Run! Ling Han called out at Shui Yinyu. It was necessary for all of them to pass through at this point, and even one less person would be considered as a failure. The 2 weaker ones of the bunch, Shui Yinyu and the spear-wielding man, left first, followed by Xiao Sisi and the others, whereas Ling Han tailed behind. He made use of the pillar and circled around it before turning right around to charge ahead of the demonic tiger, and leaped towards those big doors. Ong! The demonic tiger released a furious roar and chased after him. Quick! Quick! At the entrance, Duan and the others were calling out anxiously. Even Xia Wuque and the spear-wielding man were no exceptions, and the demonic tiger was already approaching closer and closer behind him. Shua, the demonic tiger, shot out a paw and smacked it out at Ling Han. If it landed a solid hit, Ling Han would definitely be sent veering away from his original course, and thus smash into the wall on the side instead of charging out the big doors. Ling Han drew out the ultimate arrow. Though he was wielding himself like a bow, the might released was still very frightening. Origin power condensed and turned into a stream of light that shot out. Pooh! The arrow of origin power landed on the paw of the demonic tiger, but facing what possibly could be defenses comparable to level 5 godly metal, even the ultimate arrow could not penetrate it. However, this was an attack that had Ling Han's full power behind it. With a frighteningly powerful impact, the tiger's paw still veered off slightly. This paw missed Ling Han by a hair's breadth. And Ling Han shot out, flying out the huge doors. Peng! He fell onto the ground, feeling weak all over. He had no way of regulating the might of this ultimate arrow. The moment he used it, he would definitely expend all the energy in his body, not leaving the slightest drop behind. Thankfully, as his cultivation level increased, the rate at which he recovered his power was also extremely fast. It would only be a matter of a few hours for him to recover completely. The demonic tiger stopped at the entrance and did not pursue them out. It was as if an invisible wall was stopping it from going further. It roared for a while, and they saw the great doors slowly close, placing it firmly on the outside. The 10 of them sighed in relief. They had finally forced their way in. However, had they actually passed the first stage, or was it one of the tests of the first stage? They turned around and looked around carefully. This was another great hall and was an incredibly large one. In the center there was a stone tablet standing upright. "Congratulations for passing the first stage," a voice suddenly spoke from the stone tablet. Everyone experienced a shock. "Ho, don't be nervous. This is only a sliver of consciousness that I have left behind. As for the real me, I'm not going to tell you," the stone tablet said. Merely a few words from it were enough to engender anyone's fury, making the 10 of them very much want to give it a good beating. Unfortunately, this was only a remaining sliver of consciousness, so how were they supposed to accomplish that? Ling was immediately sure that it must have been left behind by the owner of the tomb because it was extremely narcissistic and was practically asking to be beaten, having the same style as the message on the stone table that appeared when the stone statue formation concluded. However, this time the tomb owner was playing a new trick and actually left behind a sliver of divine sense to joke around. "Want a reward? If you do, beg me," the stone tablet continued. They all looked at one another. Was this really a great senior and ultimate elite? Why did he seem to be quite shameless? Passing the first stage should have a reward, right? Ling deduced. Since that is so, then no matter if we beg or not, we would still be able to obtain the reward. So why should we beg then? "Yeah. I'm about to die of fury. What harm would it do if you begged me a little? Would you die from it?" the stone tablet abruptly cried out. Everyone decided to simply remain silent by now. This great elite and senior seemed to be out of touch completely. "Fine then. Rules are rules. I shall give you a little reward then." The stone tablet calmed down and its tone was much calmer than before. Chapter 11-17, Pummeling Wuque. "Here, take it, brats," the stone tablet said. 10 jade vials materialized on the ground in a row. It was evident that there was one vial per person. This was a team victory, and thus everyone's reward was naturally the same. One wouldn't get a richer reward just because they contributed more to the victory. Everyone grabbed their vial of pills. However, Wuque had an advantage over everyone else. This was because the spear-wielding man was clearly his subordinate, meaning that he would have to give all of the benefits to Wuque. Ling grabbed a vial of pills and noticed that there was no label on the vial. He turned to the stone tablet and said, "May I ask what kind of pills these are?" "Purple Pattern Mountain River pills," the stone tablet answered. "What's that?" None of them had ever heard of this kind of pill before. "After ingesting it, one's power will increase by 1 star for a period of 2 hours, the stone tablet explained. "It's that trashy?" Ling said in disappointment. Oi, you have to learn to be thankful after receiving something from others," the stone tablet said in displeasure. "Moreover, you guys have only passed the first level. Did you expect some extremely valuable reward? So you're saying that we can still receive more rewards after passing the second, third, and other levels?" Ling asked. "That's right, as long as you guys are powerful enough," the stone tablet replied. Their fighting spirits were instantly ignited. They weren't motivated by the rewards per se, but rather by their unyielding ambitions and confidence as prodigies to become number 1. "What are the remaining levels like?" Ling asked. "Why should I tell you?" the stone tablet countered. "If you want to know, then go and experience them for yourself. However, I can tell you this: the second level is a labyrinth, and only those who navigate out of it within 2 hours will receive a reward. There's no need to form a team for this level. In fact, forming teams is forbidden. You guys can set off now." The stone tablet fell silent after saying this. A set of stairs that led to the second level appeared before them. Let's go," Duan said with a smile. He was the first to walk toward the stairs. Ling didn't move. He found this situation to be particularly strange. This was a tomb, so why were there trials and challenges? Even if this old senior had left a wisp of his will, wouldn't it be better for him to guard his tomb? Why did he have to make it seem as if he were selecting disciples for a large sect? However, since there were rewards involved, Ling was still prepared to take part in these trials. There was nothing to lose after all. "Ling, didn't you want to fight me?" Wuque said, his finger pointed at Ling. "Come at me." Ling was naturally unafraid. I won't kill you since we have fought side by side just then. However, I'll have you know that there are always those who are stronger and more talented than you. Don't be too full of yourself. Who would have thought that Xiao Wuque could utter such truthful words? Ling Han was slightly surprised. He had initially thought that Xiao Wuque was a petty and narrow-minded person. To his surprise, he was actually open-minded to a certain degree. He pondered for a moment before saying, I'll also spare your life since you were able to utter such words. I'll simply have you understand the meaning of what you just said. Haha, how arrogant. Xiao Wuque chuckled coldly and said, let's fight. He roared softly, and over 60 divine patterns lit up on his hands. At the same time, 4 mountains and rivers materialized behind his back, each of them radiating with a terrifying aura. The fact that he possessed over 60 divine patterns signified that he had a power of 6 stars. You want to threaten me with such measly power? Ling Han said with a smile. It wasn't as if Xiao Wuque hadn't seen his defenses before. Although 6 stars above the peak stage of the consummate level of the mountain river tier was indeed powerful, it still wasn't enough to defeat Ling Han. Of course this isn't all. Xiao Wuque retrieved a black arm armor and wore it on his arm. He shook his arm and the arm armor was instantly activated. The patterns that were carved into it lit up, and the number of divine patterns on his hand instantly increased dramatically. 71 divine patterns. This signified that his power had gone up another star. Ling Han was surprised and he exclaimed, You didn't use this god tool when challenging the stone statue formation just then. It's not that I didn't want to use it. It's because this god tool is damaged and can only last for a quarter of an hour. Xiao Wuque didn't hide the truth from Ling Han. It would definitely take far longer than 15 minutes to pass the stone statue formation, and thus he would have only been able to advance a short distance had he used it at that time. It definitely wouldn't have helped him pass the formation. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, You're confident that you can defeat me within 15 minutes? It's more than enough. Xiao Wuque said proudly. Although Ling Han's defenses were astonishing, Xiao Wuque's power was already near the pseudo-sun moon tier. After unleashing his secret techniques, it was even possible that he could kill Ling Han. I hope you can maintain your confidence, Ling Han said with a chuckle. He took out the lion seal that he had received. This seal could be used a total of 10 times, though this upper limit might decrease depending on the period of time that it was activated during each use. His battle prowess was far weaker than that of Xiao Wuque's. This was inevitable due to the large gap in their cultivation level. If they fought without using external items, Ling Han would definitely be crushed. However, how could someone as proud as Ling Han accept the fate of being crushed? Thus, he resolutely decided to use the lion seal. He slapped the divine seal onto his body, and divine patterns instantly formed on his skin. At a rough glance, there were as many as 800 divine patterns. Puh! Xiao Wuque immediately spluttered loudly, his face painted with shock. He only possessed a tad over 70 divine patterns, yet Ling Han possessed a whopping 800. How big a difference was this? This wasn't simply a case of being 10 times stronger, but rather a case of being one major tier plus dozens of minor levels stronger. Even though he was a prodigy, could he defeat someone at the Sun Moon tier? In any case, Ling Han's power wasn't simply at the Sun Moon tier, it was at the consummate level of the Sun Moon tier. I surrender, he said with a bitter expression. Ling Han flashed a smile and said, Do you think I'll stop just because you surrendered? I've already activated the lion seal, so how can I let you off like this? He charged over with his hands open, the divine patterns providing him with boundless power. Ling Han's power was already miles above that of Xiao Wuque's, and thus there was no need for him to utilize any techniques. A simple grab was all it took for him to capture Xiao Wuque. Afterward, he pummeled Xiao Wuque to his heart's content. Although his impression of Xiao Wuque had improved a tiny bit, it was only enough for him to spare Xiao Wuque's life. He would still beat him regardless, and there was no need for him to hold back. You've gone too far. Xiao Wuque wailed in agony. Ling Han ignored him and continued to dole out the punishment. The spear-wielding man was utterly stupefied by the scene playing out before him. In his eyes, Xiao Wuque was an invincible god of war, unrivaled among those at the same cultivation level. Yet, right now, he was being mercilessly beaten by someone who was one minor level weaker than him. Regardless of what the reason was the truth. Young king tier cultivators should have been invincible no matter what. Ling Han casually tossed Xiao Wuque aside after beating him for a good while. Ling Han, I'll definitely wash my humiliation away when we meet at the Majestic Heaven Sect. Wuque shouted loudly. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You won't stand a chance." His cultivation was flying ahead, and the distance between his and Wuque's cultivation level was only growing smaller and smaller. Moreover, the barrier between the Mountain River tier and Sun Moon tier was tremendously hard to overcome, so there was definitely a chance for him to catch up to Wuque in the short term. "Wife, let's go." Ling Han held Shui Yinyu's hand and walked toward the second level of the tower. Chapter 11:18, Invincible Paragon Saint. According to that unreliable stone tablet, the next trial is a labyrinth. Moreover, we can't form teams and can only attempt it ourselves. Do you want to enter the Black Tower? Ling Han asked. Shui Yinyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "No, I want to attempt it myself." "It might be dangerous," Ling Han warned. "I know," Shui Yinyu said with a nod. Then she turned to Ling Han and earnestly said, "I don't want to become a burden to you. I want to be able to help you." Ling Han felt moved upon feeling her love for him. However, what he said next was still quite out of touch. "Then let's have kids first." "Damn pervert." Shui Yinyu rolled her eyes at him. Ling Han laughed cheerily, and he stopped to pull her into an embrace. "Be careful." "I will." Ling Han pecked her on the forehead before striding into the second level. Shui Yinyu faltered for a moment. Then she suddenly noticed that 2 divine seals had appeared in her pocket. They were none other than the Vajra seal and the Lion seal. Before she could even speak, Ling Han had already disappeared behind the turn in the stairs. She hurriedly ran after him, yet she saw that he had already entered the second floor. Walls that were built from stone lay before her and stretched for a long distance. They appeared especially messy and disorderly. This was already the second floor of the tower, and she had become separated from Ling Han. This wasn't the first time that they had come across such a situation. When they entered this tomb, those at the Mountain River tier, Sun Moon tier, and Heavenly Body tier had already been separated from each other. She took the 2 divine seals out from her pocket. Ling Han had only left these with her because he was worried about her. Moreover, he was afraid that she would reject them, and thus he immediately ran off after stuffing them into her pocket. He gave her absolutely no chance to speak. Shui Yinyu stared at the divine seals absent-mindedly. Then she remembered that Ling Han still had the Black Tower, meaning that he would probably be safe. Only then did she regain her senses and start to analyze the stone formation before her. Ling Han was also analyzing the stone formation in the same place, though it seemed as if he were in a different dimension. There was no doubt that this was the labyrinth. It can move. After studying the formation for a while, Ling Han discovered that the stone walls would move by themselves. As a result, the layout of the paths would completely change. "We have to pass this labyrinth in under 2 hours. Do we have to find the pattern that governs the movement of these stone walls?" A confident smile appeared on Ling Han's face. He had ventured into numerous ancient sites during the last few years of his previous life. During that time he had come across countless formations. Although the level of the formation before him was much higher, his cultivation level and divine sense were also much more powerful than before. The more powerful one's divine sense, the more powerful one's deduction and inference abilities would become. These were of utmost importance for alchemy, puppet creation, formation setting, and formation cracking. Ling Han's eyes moved about slightly as he stared at the formation. As time went on, the speed at which his eyes moved also increased. This was because he was following and remembering all the changes in the formation. After he remembered them, he would start to analyze the patterns that governed their movement. If he entered the Black Tower and performed comprehension under the reincarnation tree, 1 day's worth of comprehension would be equivalent to an entire year's outside. Thus, he would naturally be able to crack this formation in an extremely short amount of time. However, the time limit meant that this formation could be cracked in under 2 hours. There were rewards at stake, and he was confident that he would be able to crack this formation without any external help. His mind was already whirring, and a smile quickly tugged at the corners of his mouth. There are 36 transformations, and there are also 7 areas designed to trick people. If one enters those places, they'll definitely be trapped. "I'm ready now." Ling Han walked into the stone labyrinth. He headed left for a while and then right. He appeared especially relaxed, and he passed through the stone formation in only around an hour. Another large hall appeared before him. Xiao Sisi, Duan, and the others who had set off before him had all arrived here already. Even Wuque had already arrived. Prodigies were prodigies after all, and they were outstanding even in the field of deduction. However, part of the reason was because the formation had been relatively simple. As such, it hadn't been able to separate the skills of the prodigies apart. If the difficulty of the formation had been increased dramatically, perhaps differences in completion time would reach several or even dozens of years. The hall before Ling Han also had a stone tablet. Ling Han nodded in greeting to Xiao Cixi and the others first, and then he walked up to the stone tablet and said, "I've passed, so where is my reward?" "Brat, remember to call me senior," the stone tablet said angrily. Ling Han took this opportunity to ask, "What should I refer to senior as?" Xiao Cixi and the others all perked their ears up. They were also keen to learn about this large tomb's origin. Being able to construct a tomb among the stars and planets was far too astonishing. "Ah! Back in the day, I had galloped across the universe and been invincible for a generation. You people can refer to me as the Invincible Paragon Saint," the stone tablet said. So shameless. Everyone shook their heads in their minds. They acknowledged that this person had been supremely powerful when alive. However, it was a bit over the top for him to call himself invincible. The world was vast and powerful beings were as many as the clouds. Who could be truly invincible? Moreover, even saints couldn't escape death. If one were invincible, could they overcome the great Tao of heaven and earth? "Oh, so it's Senior Invincible," Ling Han said. However, there wasn't a shred of respect in his voice, and this made the Invincible Paragon Saint feel extremely vexed. "Bunch of brats. Back in the day, I might forget about it. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements." The Invincible Paragon Saint humphed and said, "Take it, it's your reward." Ling Han looked over, only to find another vial of pills on the ground. "What is it this time?" he asked. "Purple Pattern Mountain River Pill," the Invincible Paragon Saint said. "Again?" Ling Han said with a grimace. His expression was one of great displeasure. To most people, alchemical pills were incredibly rare and precious. In fact, high-level alchemical pills would even trigger fights and potentially lead to deaths. Such occurrences weren't rare. However, Ling Han was the alchemy emperor. After receiving the corresponding pill recipes, what pills couldn't he refine? Thus he despised alchemical pill rewards the most. In addition, this was actually the Purple Pattern Mountain River Pill again. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The Invincible Paragon Saint repeated the word wrong 3 times to emphasize his point. This isn't the same Purple Pattern Mountain River Pill as last time. Rather, this Purple Pattern Mountain River Pill can provide one with 1 star more power than the previous Purple Pattern Mountain River Pill. Although you emphasized your point and although you spoke in riddles, this still doesn't change the fact that it's simply a Purple Pattern Mountain River Pill. It's merely of a slightly higher quality. Ling Han shook his head in disappointment. He was an alchemist, so he was naturally aware that lame alchemists would end up with alchemical pills of differing levels even when refining the same cauldron of pills. Some pills would reach the standard 10 stars while other pills would only reach 8, 7 or even just 5 stars. Of course, such kinds of lame alchemists made up 99% of the alchemy world. In fact, this was nothing surprising. It was just that Ling Han's expertise in alchemy was already too high, so he couldn't help but look down on such kinds of ordinary alchemists. "I'll take them back if you don't want them." The Invincible Paragon Saint was even more displeased than Ling Han. Ling Han hurriedly put the pills away. These were for free anyway, so why wouldn't he take them? "What's the next trial like?" he asked. The Invincible Paragon Saint humphed and said, "You want me to give you special treatment with that attitude of yours? In your dreams?" Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Everyone treats you with respect, and only I'm different from the ordinary. Isn't this enough reason for you to open the back door for me?" The Invincible Paragon Saint was speechless for a moment. Then he sighed. "I suddenly realized that you're more of a sh**ty brat than I initially thought." Chapter 11-19, Deciphering a Sword Strike. Ling Han's face involuntarily darkened. Why did the stone tablet suddenly curse him? Could they still communicate in a civil manner? Xiao Cixi and the others all covered their mouths and laughed. They truly admired Ling Han's courage. Although this Invincible Paragon Saint had died long ago, with only a wisp of his will remaining, there were clearly countless astounding formations spread throughout this large tomb. Moreover, this will could control and manipulate these formations that were powerful enough to contain heavenly body tier elites. Thus, none of them dared to show any disrespect before the stone tablet. They were all afraid of his might. This had nothing to do with whether one was prodigious or prideful. In the cultivation world, strength was all that mattered. If one didn't possess enough strength, what right did they have to be proud? However, Ling Han was able to speak freely before this invincible Paragon Saint. This caused the others to label him as reckless in their minds, though they also couldn't help but feel admiration for his courage. Most importantly, it seemed as if Ling Han was to the invincible Paragon Saint's liking. Otherwise, the invincible Paragon Saint would have directly killed him instead of calling him a *TTY brat. Since you begged me, I'll be kind and tell you. A soft glow radiated from the stone tablet, and the invincible Paragon Saint said, "The third trial requires you to decipher a sword strike." Decipher a sword strike? How does that work? Ling Han asked. The invincible sword saint became a little impatient and he said, "You still don't understand? You have to decipher a sword strike, and if you succeed, you'll pass the trial. If not, then you can *SS off." Is there a reward for passing this trial? Ling Han continued to ask. The invincible Paragon Saint was almost rendered speechless. Can't you act more like the prodigy that you are? Why are you always thinking about rewards? A person shouldn't be too focused on material benefits. Sigh, forget about it. It's useless even if I ask. Ling Han shrugged his shoulders and continued, "It's definitely going to be purple pattern mountain river pills again. They'll only be of slightly higher quality at best and elevate one's power by 3 stars. The invincible Paragon Saint had just been about to speak, yet his words were forcefully shoved back into his mouth. That was indeed the reward for passing the third trial. Fuck. Those pills can elevate your power by 3 stars. That's extremely impressive if you're battling against someone at the same cultivation level as yourself. Yet you're still not satisfied? However, as a senior, how could he debate such matters with a junior? *SS off. Hurry up and *SS off. I feel angry just looking at your *TTY face," he said in irritation. "Calm down, I still need to wait for someone." Ling Han sat cross-legged on the floor, and he also placed the Azura Demon Emperor back into the Black Tower. He was going to wait for Shui Yanyu to arrive. Although the labyrinth wasn't dangerous, Ling Han would remain worried for as long as he didn't see her arrive. *TTY brat, the invincible Paragon Saint murmured. "You definitely can't be that person. Otherwise I'll feel extremely vexed." Xiao Sisi and the others didn't wait with Ling Han. Instead, they entered the 3rd level of the tower to challenge the Deciphering sword strike trial. After waiting for another hour or so, Ling Han finally saw Shui Yanyu arrive. This seductive beauty's face was filled with disappointment. Although she had successfully passed the labyrinth, she had exceeded the 2-hour time limit. Although she wasn't a first-rate prodigy at the Scarlet Heaven Academy, she was at least talented enough to be called a prodigy. In this large tomb, however, she discovered that she was merely holding Ling Han back. See, hadn't Ling Han been waiting for her just then? "Wife, what unnecessary thoughts are running through your mind?" Ling Han embraced her lightly and comforted, "Many people only experience success later in their lives. Moreover, as long as your husband is powerful enough, I can find you all kinds of natural treasures. Perhaps you can eat them and instantly become a saint." Shui Yanyu rolled her eyes at him. Did he know how to comfort people? Wasn't this hurting her confidence even more? *TY brat, your thoughts are quite fanciful, the invincible Paragon Saint suddenly said. "Do you think that natural treasures that can instantly elevate one to the level of saint are as common as cabbage? Do you think you'll be able to get your hands on them?" Ling Han's interest was piqued and he asked, "Are there really godly treasures that can instantly transform one into a saint?" He had only said that to comfort Shui Yanyu. Had he genuinely guessed right? Heaven and earth are so vast. What kinds of treasures don't exist? The invincible Paragon Saint sighed in emotion and said, "Heaven and earth have birthed things so poisonous that even saints will drop dead upon coming into contact with them. On the flip side, heaven and earth have also birthed things so wonderful that even mortals can shoot to the sky in a single step. Judging by what you've said, talent and whatnot are of no importance compared to pure luck," Ling Han concluded. "You're not entirely wrong," the invincible Paragon Saint said. "However, such fortunate people only appear once every several trillion years. Moreover, even if one obtains a supreme medicine that allows them to instantly become a saint, the cultivation that they receive isn't a result of their own comprehension. They'll need billions upon trillions of years to understand and achieve mastery of these comprehensions. If they're less talented, perhaps they'll never be able to improve another inch for the rest of their lives." Ling Han smiled and said, I'm confident that I can become that fortunate person. In fact, one supreme medicine mightn't be enough. Although the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden and Hellion Sun Shui were both relatively talented, there was only a sliver of hope that they could become saints. Moreover, he still had his parents as well as Lu Yutong and his other lovers. He couldn't just sit on his hands and watch them age and die, right? So be it if there was nothing that he could do. However, since there was a ray of hope, he had to fight to grab onto it no matter what. He had to obtain these supreme medicines to raise the strength of those around him. In fact, it was the Rain Emperor, Ding Ping, and the others who were incredibly talented cultivators. Moreover, they were resolute and determined in addition to being talented, and as long as they didn't die, it was extremely likely that they would become saints one day. The invincible Paragon Saint almost spat blood. Such kinds of supreme medicines only appear once every several trillion years. Obtaining one will cost one several lifetimes of fortune, yet you actually want a few? I'll give you my admiration if you're genuinely able to obtain a supreme medicine. If you can obtain two, I'll change my surname to yours. No need to follow my surname. I already have a son. Ling Han chuckled as he rejected his offer. The invincible Paragon Saint was rendered speechless. This person was truly shameless. P*SS off, P*SS off. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist the urge to kick you in the face, he said impatiently. Hold up for a moment. What's the next trial like? Can we two complete it together? Yes, it's only deciphering a sword strike anyway. You'll receive a reward as long as you can decipher it within a set time. The invincible sword saint appeared especially irritated and he continued, I know that you care about rewards the most. So, there's no need to ask any more. There was a look of disdain on Ling Han's face and he said, it's going to be another purple pattern mountain river pill anyway. It'll probably elevate one's power by 3 stars at most. Such T2I brat. The invincible Paragon Saint was so ticked off that his face was almost twisted out of shape. Ling Han chuckled and said, I really do wish that Senior can reward me with something else. The invincible Paragon Saint gritted his teeth if he still had teeth and spat, fuck off. How boring. I haven't even passed the 3rd trial yet I already know that the reward is merely another purple pattern mountain river pill. Sigh. Ling Han grumbled in his mind as he held hands with Shui Yinyu and climbed the stairs to the 3rd level. There were numerous people standing here. There were those at the Mountain River tier, those at the Sun Moon tier, and even those at the Heavenly Body tier. Ling Han was slightly astonished by this sight. Shouldn't the first trial have eliminated most of the people? How are there still so many people here? Up ahead, a person that was formed from light was currently performing the same sword strike over and over again. However, this sword strike appeared to adhere to some true meaning of the Great Tao. Each strike was tremendously mighty and seemed able to suppress heaven and earth. We have to decipher this sword strike. Ling Han watched the sword strike carefully. This strike wasn't especially complex, and its might came from its resonance with the Great Tao. It drew on the regulations of heaven and earth, appearing extremely mysterious every time it was performed. We're timed starting from when we enter, right? It's just that we're all timed differently depending on when we entered. This realization made Ling Han feel even more strange. Is this really a tomb? Chapter 1120. Learning from the Sword Strike. Ling Han felt that if he were to die one day, he definitely wouldn't set up so many trials and whatnot in his tomb. He felt that it would make much more sense if the trials here were being used to select disciples for the Majestic Heaven Sect. However, they weren't, and they were instead trials left by a dead person. This invincible Paragon Saint isn't thinking of recruiting a disciple, is he? This was extremely likely. Otherwise, what was the point of setting up so many trials? However, why couldn't he say it straight up? There was almost no doubt that he was a Genesis tier saint. Even if he wasn't, he was still at least an Eternal River tier elite. One had to realize that the Majestic Heaven Sect only had a single Eternal River tier elite as well. However, even if it were only the Majestic Heaven Sect that was recruiting disciples and not he himself, all the young king tier prodigies in the neighboring galaxies were still especially eager. Meanwhile, the situation here suggested that a Genesis tier saint was going to find a disciple after his death. People would definitely fight tooth and nail for this opportunity. Hang on. Ling Han shook his head in his mind. If the invincible Paragon Saint made his intentions clear, it was likely that the heavenly body tier elites here would go around killing everyone else if almost everyone else was dead, wouldn't their chances of success increase significantly? If a Genesis tier saint wanted to take a disciple, they naturally wouldn't favor those at the heavenly body tier over others. Instead, they would care more about one's potential. In other words, they would try to find someone who was most suited to following their path. Talent couldn't represent everything. Different people would be suited to different paths. Anyhow, the sword strike was especially simple, and everyone replicated its movements as they attempted to decipher a method to overcome it. The sword strike didn't possess any origin power when unleashed by the light person, and thus one naturally couldn't defeat this strike through brute strength. Instead, they had to defeat this strike using another strike. When one felt that they could defeat the strike, they could head over to exchange strikes with the light person. Whether or not they succeeded was naturally determined in a matter of seconds. In addition, a layer of primal chaos would envelop both the light person and the person that was attempting to decipher and overcome the sword strike. As a result, the others wouldn't be able to see their exchange. If the person passed, they would be able to leave. If not, they would return to their original spot. Because of this, the others couldn't derive any help or copy patterns based on the process of the light person's exchanges. Ling Han swept his gaze over the surroundings. There were truly a lot of heavenly body tier elites. However, he didn't see Empress Luan Xing. Perhaps she hadn't come yet, or perhaps she had already deciphered this sword strike long ago and ascended to the 4th level. It was a shame that there were so many watchful eyes. Otherwise, he could have entered the Black Tower with Shui Yinyu and completed comprehension under the reincarnation tree. One day was equivalent to 1 year, and he was confident that no one could possibly be faster than them. Ling Han sighed in his mind. Even if he broke the time record and passed this trial with flying colors, his reward would still be a single purple pattern mountain river pill. It was useful but not that useful. Forget about it. I'll just decipher it here. Ling Han focused his attention back on the sword strike. This strike drew on some regulations of heaven and earth, making it appear remarkably profound. He couldn't learn this sword strike. This wasn't because his comprehension ability was weak, but rather because this sword strike drew on regulations that far exceeded the mountain river tier. Although he couldn't learn it, this didn't mean that he couldn't decipher it. Otherwise, the Invincible Paragon Saint would have been giving them an impossible task. However, this required time. Ling Han mulled over the sword strike in his mind, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This strike was truly incredible. It suppressed its opponent using the power of the Great Tao. This was amazingly mysterious. He couldn't learn this strike, but he could learn from its principles. Sword of the Great Tao. Enlightenment arose in his mind. If he combined the Sword of the Great Tao with his fast technique, how powerful would the might of the resulting sword technique be? The fast technique destroyed the regulations, while the Sword of the Great Tao adhered to the regulations. It would be a pioneering feat if these two techniques could be combined. This would be his own path. Ling Han nodded in his mind. He had always wanted to create a technique that belonged to himself. However, achieving this was an extremely difficult task. Yet, right now he finally saw a path before him. This allowed his comprehension to become clearer and more distinct. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ling Han ruminated over the sword strike in his mind. Right now he wasn't thinking about how to decipher it anymore. Rather, he was exploring the workings of this strike. The more he understood it, the more enlightenment arose in his mind. This caused him to be beside himself with delight. He lost all track of time. Some people successfully defeated the sword strike and left, while many others arrived and joined in on the deciphering. Many more people remained exactly where they were. After heaven knew how long, Ling Han finally came to his senses after being tapped on the arm by Shui Yinyu. This seductive beauty was somewhat confident that she had deciphered the sword strike, and she was ready to head over to test herself against the light person. Meanwhile, Shui Yinyu found it strange that Ling Han still hadn't gone over to challenge the light person yet. This was extremely abnormal and she was puzzled by it. Only now did Ling Han realize that Xiao Sisi, Duan and the others had already left long ago. He was lagging far behind them. "You go first," he said with a smile. "I've reaped bigger rewards." Shui Yinyu's eyes lit up and she said, "You're learning the sword technique." His wife was understanding him better and better. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Yes, but also no. I'm figuring out the sword strike, but I'm not actually learning it. I'm simply learning from its principles." Shui Yinyu nodded in understanding. Just as she had thought, Ling Han's comprehension ability was definitely no weaker than the other young king tier prodigies. "Then I'll head over first," she said. "Sure." Ling Han said with a nod. Shui Yinyu went over to challenge the light person. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to succeed. She wasn't dispirited. She said, I'm confident that I can decipher this strike in 3 more days. Ling Han nodded and continued to mull over the sword intent contained within the strike. He definitely couldn't receive the reward for this trial, yet he didn't care at all. This opportunity to explore the great Tao of heaven and earth was far too precious and rare, and its value was countless times greater than that of the trial reward. He lost track of time once again, and the people around him came and went. At some point in time he finally stood up. There was already nothing more that he could learn. After all, this was only a single strike. He could learn the rhythm of Tao, but he couldn't directly learn the regulations of Tao. In any case, he couldn't grasp such kinds of regulations anyway. They far exceeded his current cultivation level. A confident smile spread across Ling Han's face. He had already planted a seed in his mind, and there would eventually come a day when this seed sprouted and grew into a towering tree. When that time came, he would have forged a cultivation path that belonged to himself. He went over to challenge the light person. The light person wasn't a genuine being. As such, it was completely emotionless. It immediately unleashed the sword strike at Ling Han. Ling Han drew his divine demon sword and replied with a strike of his own. The tip of the light person's sword came to a stop before Ling Han's neck, and Ling Han's divine demon sword also came to a stop before the light person's neck. After a brief pause, Ling Han suddenly felt his surroundings spin. He appeared in a completely new place. He had passed the trial. Ling Han clearly hadn't thought about how to defeat the sword strike, yet strangely the method to decipher and defeat it naturally came to his mind after he grasped the rhythm of Tao that was contained within it. Ha! Brat, you can't ask me for a reward this time. There was yet another stone tablet here, and it was from this stone tablet that the Invincible Paragon Saint's voice traveled out. Right now his voice was full of delight. Ling Han had dissed him many times over the rewards for passing the trials. However, he had finally lost the right to a reward this time, and this made the Invincible Paragon Saint feel an evil sense of pleasure. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, Yeah, I truly yearn for those alchemical pills. That's right. Don't tell me that the rewards for passing the 4th and 5th trials are also those pills? Congratulations, you're absolutely correct. The Invincible Paragon Saint smiled and said, The best purple pattern mountain river pills can reach a quality of 10 stars. In other words, they can elevate one's power by a maximum of 10 stars. Ling Han found this to be strange and he asked, If my power can already surpass 5 stars, won't I obtain a power of 15 stars after ingesting a 10-star quality purple pattern mountain river pill? Chapter 11:21, Hit Me. Impossible. The Invincible Paragon Saint denied so hard one could picture him shaking his head, and said, 10 stars is an absolute threshold. There's no way to surpass it. If you already possess a power of 10 stars, then ingesting the purple pattern mountain river pills will be completely useless. Oh, Ling Han said with a nod. He was genuinely disinterested in this kind of alchemical pill. This was because he held a firm belief that he could definitely reach the true pinnacle of the mountain river tier. I can reach a state of perfection myself, so what's the point of relying on external items? It's best to avoid relying on external items whenever possible. The true power of cultivators should belong to their own bodies. Ling Han chuckled and said, So, you're going to keep rewarding us with purple pattern mountain river pills? Can't you swap these out for something else? No, unless you can pass the 9th level of the tower, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. Ling Han's eyes lit up and he asked, What reward will I receive? The Invincible Paragon Saint scoffed and said, And you're saying that you're not greedy. You've revealed your true nature now, huh? Can't I ask out of curiosity? Ling Han said with a smile. Do you believe that excuse yourself? There was a look of disdain on the Invincible Paragon Saint's face. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, You're a senior, so is it really good for you to make fun of me like that? Everyone has a responsibility to lambaste shameless people, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. Ling Han rolled his eyes. This Invincible Paragon Saint needed to change his name to Invincible D*Keckhead Saint. He was actually exchanging slurs with a junior like him. What's the 4th trial like? He asked. The 4th to 9th trials are all the same. They're extremely easy, and simply test how powerful your attacks are as well as how sturdy your defenses are. As for the final reward, that's naturally a secret that will be revealed at the very end. Anyhow, what's the point of telling you now? Can you become the fortunate fellow who lasts until the end? The invincible Paragon Saint said. How boring, Ling Han said with a shake his head. He had genuinely wished that there would be a few more sword strikes for him to decipher and learn from. That would have allowed him to walk further along his own cultivation path. Pass through all 9 trials first, then tell me whether you're bored or not. The invincible Paragon Saint humphed and said, piss off, piss off. Is there a halo of pesky irritation above your head? Why do I feel annoyed and angry just looking at you? It's you that's unreliable, okay? Ling Han grumbled in his mind. He didn't speak any more nonsense and climbed the stairs to the 4th level. This level was spacious and empty, with only 2 stone statues standing in the middle of the room. There was also an hourglass and it had just started to measure the time. One of the stone statues had "Hit Me" written across its chest, while the other stone statue had "I'll hit you" written across its chest. That D*Kekhead Saint is indeed unreliable. Ling Han walked up to the stone statue that had "Hit Me" written across its chest first. He then clenched his fist and swung it toward it. Puh! The stone statue was instantly sent flying. He wanted to follow up with another strike to obliterate the stone statue once and for all, yet the words on the stone statue's chest suddenly changed to pass. That's all. Ling Han was astonished. He wasn't interested in being hit by the other stone statue, so he confidently strode out of the room. You finished that quickly? There was a hint of annoyance in the invincible Paragon Saint's voice and he said, Here, take it and P** is off. Righto, I've become this disliked. Ling Han didn't stop and continued on to the 5th level. As with the 4th level, there were also 2 stone statues in this room, one which had "Hit Me" written across its chest, and one which had "I'll hit you" written across its chest. Ling Han still didn't want to be hit. Thus, he naturally chose to hit the first stone statue. He threw a fist and the stone statue fell over. However, he realized that this stone statue was clearly stronger than the one on the 4th level. This was because it had merely fallen down and not been sent flying. Anyhow, he had still passed this 5th trial. It was evident that these stone statues would become stronger the higher up the tower he climbed. Although he hadn't challenged the "I'll hit you" stone statue yet, he believed that the offensive ability of these stone statues would also rise with each increasing level. As expected. This tomb is selecting a disciple, isn't it? Ling Han didn't mind receiving the inheritance of a Genesis tier saint. Such beings were the strongest in the immortal realm, and even Venerable Trinity would go crazy with excitement if he arrived in this place. However, the invincible Paragon Saint didn't like him much anymore, so would he deal him a blow from behind after he emerged victorious from the crowd? It was very likely that this unreliable D*Kekhead Saint could do such things. Forget about it. I have to pass this tower no matter what, so I may as well deal with whatever comes my way. Ling Han collected his prize and climbed the stairs to the 6th level. Puh! He chose the "Hit Me" stone statue once again, yet the stone statue remained unmoving even after he struck it. Ling Han was astonished. His power could surpass almost 6 stars now, and the difficulty of the trials in this place was definitely adjusted according to one's cultivation level. There was no way the trials would have a Mountain River tier cultivator attack a Heavenly Body tier stone statue. Similarly, it wouldn't have a Heavenly Body tier elite attack a Mountain River tier stone statue. Otherwise, these trials would be completely pointless. Yet, even a power that surpassed 6 stars wasn't enough. Ling Han activated his secret techniques as well as his divine patterns of flame. He then launched another strike at the "Hit Me" stone statue. However, his flames could only scorch the stone statue black and increase the amount of damage, only it couldn't increase the power of his physical strike. He tried to swallow a purple pattern Mountain River pill, yet he discovered that his spatial spirit tool had been sealed. He had stored the purple pattern Mountain River pills into his spatial spirit tool in order to prevent the invincible Paragon Saint from discovering the secret of his black tower. That being the case, he could only rely on his own power to pass this trial. Ling Han unleashed his fast technique, yet the might of the fast technique was largely realized in its ability to be fast. It couldn't generate a power that exceeded his limit. It was ineffective. Ling Han took a few steps back, and then unleashed his annihilating Dragon Star arrow. Shio. He used his origin power as arrows and fired several shots toward the stone statue. However, this was still to no avail and the stone statue still stood in the exact same spot. He was truly astonished this time. His power could surpass 6 stars, and he had even activated a secret technique on top of that. Yet he was still unable to pass this trial. 1/3 of the sand had already trickled to the bottom half of the hourglass. Will I have failed when all of the sand trickles down? He hadn't seen any others at the staircase leading to the 6th level, and this signified that one would be directly sent back to the 1st level if they failed to pass this trial. Then I'll use the ultimate arrow. This arrow would unleash all of the power in his body in an instant. Not only was it incredibly quick, but it was also devastatingly powerful. If even this failed, then Ling Han's only option would be to get hit. Ling Han took a deep breath, and then started to activate the ultimate arrow. His origin power gathered rapidly under the effects of this secret technique. He would be able to unleash his full power at any moment. Shio. The origin power arrow transformed into a streak of light as it shot out. It struck the Hit Me stone statue and immediately sent it flying. He had passed. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face. However, he instantly plopped down onto the ground. He was out of energy. Only after a while did he recover some of his stamina. He stood up and walked out, and he saw another stone tablet appear in his blurry and shaky vision. Brat, your abilities are a little beyond my expectations. Your power hasn't reached 6 stars yet you were still able to pass the 6th trial. The Invincible Paragon Saint didn't hide the surprise and praise in his voice. It was just SSO, Ling Han spoke modestly, yet his expression was one of smugness. He was doing this on purpose. There was no need to show too much respect to unreliable seniors like this Invincible Paragon Saint. Rather, acting as he did now was more to this senior's liking. Although the Invincible Paragon Saint always roared at Ling Han to P***s off, the only person that he actively spoke to was also Ling Han as well. This spoke volumes about what he liked. Hehe, I've got my eyes on you now. I'm sure that you won't be able to pass the 7th trial. Sure enough, this D***keckhead Saint couldn't help but exchange slurs with Ling Han now. Chapter 11:21, Hit Me. Impossible. The Invincible Paragon Saint denied so hard one could picture him shaking his head, and said, 10 stars is an absolute threshold. There's no way to surpass it. If you already possess a power of 10 stars, then ingesting the purple Pattern Mountain River pills will be completely useless. Oh, Ling Han said with a nod. He was genuinely disinterested in this kind of alchemical pill. This was because he held a firm belief that he could definitely reach the true pinnacle of the Mountain River tier. I can reach a state of perfection myself, so what's the point of relying on external items? It's best to avoid relying on external items whenever possible. The true power of cultivators should belong to their own bodies. Ling Han chuckled and said, so, you're going to keep rewarding us with purple Pattern Mountain River pills? Can't you swap these out for something else? No, unless you can pass the 9th level of the tower, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. Ling Han's eyes lit up and he asked, what reward will I receive? The Invincible Paragon Saint scoffed and said, and you're saying that you're not greedy. You've revealed your true nature now, huh? Can't I ask out of curiosity? Ling Han said with a smile. Do you believe that excuse yourself? There was a look of disdain on the Invincible Paragon Saint's face. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, you're a senior, so is it really good for you to make fun of me like that? Everyone has a responsibility to lambaste shameless people, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. Ling Han rolled his eyes. This Invincible Paragon Saint needed to change his name to Invincible D***keckhead Saint. He was actually exchanging slurs with a junior like him. What's the 4th trial like? He asked. The 4th to 9th trials are all the same. They're extremely easy, and simply test how powerful your attacks are as well as how sturdy your defenses are. As for the final reward, that's naturally a secret that will be revealed at the very end. Anyhow, what's the point of telling you now? Can you become the fortunate fellow who lasts until the end? The Invincible Paragon Saint said. How boring, Ling Han said with a shake his head. He had genuinely wished that there would be a few more sword strikes for him to decipher and learn from. That would have allowed him to walk further along his own cultivation path. Pass through all 9 trials first, then tell me whether you're bored or not. The Invincible Paragon Saint humphed and said, piss off, piss off. Is there a halo of pesky irritation above your head? Why do I feel annoyed and angry just looking at you? It's you that's unreliable, okay? Ling Han grumbled in his mind. He didn't speak any more nonsense and climbed the stairs to the 4th level. This level was spacious and empty, with only 2 stone statues standing in the middle of the room. There was also an hourglass and it had just started to measure the time. One of the stone statues had "Hit me" written across its chest, while the other stone statue had "I'll hit you" written across its chest. That D***Keckhead saint is indeed unreliable. Ling Han walked up to the stone statue that had "Hit me" written across its chest first. He then clenched his fist and swung it toward it. Pum. The stone statue was instantly sent flying. He wanted to follow up with another strike to obliterate the stone statue once and for all, yet the words on the stone statue's chest suddenly changed to "pass." That's all. Ling Han was astonished. He wasn't interested in being hit by the other stone statue, so he confidently strode out of the room. You finished that quickly? There was a hint of annoyance in the Invincible Paragon Saint's voice and he said, Here, take it and P*** us off. Righto, I've become this disliked. Ling Han didn't stop and continued on to the 5th level. As with the 4th level, there were also 2 stone statues in this room, one which had "Hit me" written across its chest, and one which had "I'll hit you" written across its chest. Ling Han still didn't want to be hit. Thus, he naturally chose to hit the first stone statue. He threw a fist and the stone statue fell over. In terms of offensive ability, his power hadn't even reached 6 stars yet. As such, even the explosive power of his ultimate arrow was somewhat limited. In other words, it was impossible for him to raise his power anymore. When it came to defensive ability, however, how many stars could he surpass? Come at me. The "I'll hit you" stone statue instantly came to life when he walked before it. Then it struck its fist toward him. Pum. Ling Han was instantly sent flying. However, before he had even landed, the stone statue had already caught up again and launched another strike. So fast, so powerful. Ling Han exclaimed in his mind. There was no special divine pattern on the stone statue's body. It was just that its power was extraordinarily great. Ling Han couldn't block its fists. However, what did that matter? His defenses had already reached the toughness of level 4 godly metal. If one wanted to wound him with raw power, they would need to possess power that was at least at the Sun Moon tier. In any case, all Ling Han could do was try his best to ward off the stone statue's relentless and powerful attacks. There was absolutely no opportunity for him to counterattack. He tried his best to protect his face. Since he couldn't escape the fate of being beaten, of course it was necessary for him to guard his handsome face. When choosing the "Hit me" statues, 1 strike was all it took to pass the trial and thus level. However, the "I'll hit you" statues were completely different. Pung. A barrage of relentless attacks continued to rain down on Ling Han, and it appeared as if the stone statue would only stop when it had beaten him to death. Only when the hourglass stopped flowing did the stone statue retreat to the side. The "I'll hit you" on its chest changed into "pass." Ling Han groaned and thought to himself, can't you beat me a little less? He walked out and the stone tablet reappeared among the changed surroundings. However, another person had also arrived in this place. It was Empress Yuan Xing. This was astounding. Empress Yuan Xing had also managed to make it here. However, had she passed by striking the stone statue, or had she passed by being beaten by the stone statue? Ling Han felt that the former was more possible. After all, the indestructible heaven scroll was far too unique. However, if it were the former, then this Empress' power was unexpectedly strong. If this were the case, shouldn't she have been powerful enough to defeat the Jade Drop and Eternity Sky Majestic Empires? Why didn't she unite the joint peace planet? Of course, it was also possible that those 2 majestic empires had been imperial empires before. If that were the case, they would have extremely powerful trump cards, for example, supreme killing formations that couldn't be moved. As such, they would have tremendously powerful defenses even if their offensive abilities were lacking. There was definitely a reason behind the 3 majestic empires being able to coexist peacefully for millions of years. Empress Yuan Xing also saw Ling Han. A look of astonishment appeared on her face that was hidden by the aura of primal chaos that shrouded her. She hadn't expected anyone else to also make it through the first 8 levels of the tower. She even more so didn't expect that person to be Ling Han. Killing intent flashed past her beautiful eyes. She, who had never been touched by a man before, had actually sucked this person's blood. And she had sucked it from his neck, no less. Moreover, her breasts had also been groped by this bastard. These memories caused her killing intent to seethe and boil. Even that wisp of will in her mind couldn't prevent her from steeling her resolve to kill this person. She immediately struck a palm toward Ling Han. This was an attack from a heavenly body tier elite, and even heaven and earth lost their luster. "Stop, stop, stop," the stone tablet shouted. The overwhelming attack instantly vanished into thin air. "Although I also detest that brat, anyone who enters this tower is a seed. Before I give up on them, none of them can die." Ling Han's heart thumped against his chest. There was the invincible Paragon Saint to protect him now, but what would he do after they left this tower? He cultivated in the Scarlet Heaven Academy, and the Great Ling Empire was also a vassal state of the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. He could run, but he couldn't hide. "Sai, why did you suddenly run over to suck blood? It's not like you're a bat or anything." Empress Luan Xing didn't attack anymore, instead simply glaring at Ling Han. She knew that it would be impossible to kill Ling Han here. Thus, being the decisive person that she was, she naturally wouldn't waste any more time or strength on him. However, she was infuriated by the fact that she could only glare at the pervert who had molested her, even though he was standing right before her eyes. She was an empress, a ruler of a majestic empire, yet she actually couldn't deal with a lowly subordinate. "It's the last trial already, so hurry up and begin." "I can barely wait any longer," the invincible Paragon Saint said. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. If you can pass, I'll give you a massive surprise." Empress Luan Xing didn't hesitate, and immediately climbed the stairs to the 9th level. It was clear that her goal was to leave this tower as soon as possible and then kill Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. By the looks of it, he would have no choice but to use the Black Tower. Chapter 1123, Final Trial. The 9th level was the last level, and as with the previous several levels, there were 2 stone statues standing in the middle of the room. They were the 2 brothers, "Hit me, and I'll hit you." Sure enough, Empress Luan Xing chose the "Hit Me" stone statue. Meanwhile, Ling Han chose the "I'll hit you" stone statue. This caused a sense of grief to well up in his heart. However, whom could he blame for not having 5 mountains and rivers yet? Whom could he blame for not reaching the pinnacle of the mountain river tier yet? Anyhow, the fact that Empress Luan Xing was actually able to pass the 8th trial through her offensive power was extremely astounding. Ling Han involuntarily looked over. He wanted to witness the might of this empress with his own 2 eyes. 1. 4 heavenly bodies materialized behind Empress Luan Xing's back, each of them exuding a profound and ancient aura. "Excellent, excellent. You've reached a state of perfection for both the Sun-Moon tier and Mountain River tier. Although you've yet to form your 5th heavenly body, your strength has already reached 9 stars." The invincible Paragon Saint couldn't help but praise Empress Luan Xing. Ling Han was stunned. The Empress is actually this freakishly talented? People often said that 5-star geniuses only existed in the legends. However, the power of this Empress had already surpassed 9 stars. As a result, her battle prowess also surpassed at least 9 stars. In fact, it was even possible that it surpassed more than 9 stars. If one wanted to battle against someone who was 1 major tier above them, however, they would need a power of 10 stars, not a battle prowess of 10 stars. Thus, she was still no match for elites at the Eternal River tier, at least not now. There was still hope, though, as she could form another heavenly body and reach a state of perfection in the heavenly body tier. "It's very strange, however," the invincible Paragon Saint continued. "Although I can sense the fact that you should have 5 mountains and rivers as well as 5 suns and moons, your power isn't as powerful as I imagined. I was the one who constructed this tower and the trials within it, and it should be easy to pass as long as one has a power that can surpass 8 stars. Your power can clearly surpass 9 stars, yet you struggled to even pass the 8th trial. I wonder why that is." The invincible Paragon Saint appeared to be extremely curious. The fact that even a saint like him was curious showed just how astonishing a secret Empress Luan Xing hid within her body. However, this was all understandable. Empress Luan Xing had suddenly risen to power 1 million years ago, establishing the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire and conquering 1/3 of the land on the Joint Peace Planet. However, before she became one of the 3 rulers of the Joint Peace Planet, it was as if she had suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. No one knew where she had come from. There was definitely a huge secret hiding behind her meteoric rise. Empress Luan Xing didn't answer the invincible Paragon Saint's curiosity. She didn't restrain her domineering aura either, even though she stood in the presence of a being who had once been a saint. She simply channeled the power of her heavenly bodies and pressed her hand toward the stone statue. A tangle of intertwining divine patterns appeared before her, yet at a rough glance there were only 4,000 or so. Possessing 4,000 or so divine patterns could only be regarded as relatively powerful. However, it was still a long way off the pinnacle of the heavenly body tier, which was 9,999 divine patterns. Indeed, Empress Luanxing was still a long way off from reaching a power of 9 stars. Did the Invincible Paragon Saint observe wrong? Perhaps Empress Luanxing hasn't reached a power of 9 stars yet? However, how is that possible? Although he's a D*Kekhead Saint, his observation skills shouldn't be this weak. Otherwise he might as well find a block of tofu and smack himself to death. It was clear that Empress Luanxing was preparing a powerful attack. The aura of primal chaos around her swarmed, and the cloak that draped behind her billowed even though there was no wind. Her hair also fluttered, and she appeared both mighty and seductively beautiful. Casting one's gaze over the world, perhaps she was the only person who could combine these two starkly different dispositions so perfectly. Apocalyptic scenes flashed across the Empress' eyes. However, it was a pity that her face was hidden by the aura of primal chaos, preventing Ling Han from seeing this sight. However, the Invincible Paragon Saint could clearly see through the aura of primal chaos. He faltered for a moment before saying, "Huh? Why do I suddenly feel like I've seen that before? However, I can't seem to recall where I saw it." Ling Han was astonished. Elites wouldn't suffer from bad memory, as their divine sense was incredibly powerful. Thus, their memory was naturally amazing. However, the Invincible Paragon Saint actually said that he couldn't recall something? How long ago must that event have occurred? Was it a memory from when he was a child? Otherwise, once one started to cultivate, their memories definitely wouldn't go hazy. Boom. Empress Luanxing struck out with her jade-like palm, and it was as if the heavens were about to collapse. Even though they were in this closed-off space, it still seemed as if a black hole that desired to swallow everything had appeared above their heads. Her strike is far too powerful. Is this power that surpasses 8 stars? Pum. The hit-me stone statue fell but wasn't sent flying. Ah! What overwhelming power. Excellent, excellent. The Invincible Paragon Saint praised. He then turned to Ling Han and said, "Brat, it's your turn now." Ling Han felt extremely vexed. One person had struck a stone statue while one person would be struck by a stone statue. Their experiences would be completely different. He sighed and then walked before the "I'll hit you" statue. "Come at me. I've accepted the fact that I still haven't reached a state of perfection for my cultivation level yet." The stone statue immediately started to attack Ling Han. Pung pung pung. The offensive power of the stone statue was even stronger this time, and all Ling Han could do was protect his handsome face while being relentlessly and mercilessly beaten. A ball of fire welled up in his heart this time. After all, this was different from when he was on the 8th level. Right now, the Empress was also watching him from the sidelines. However, Empress Luanxing didn't look down on him. Could any ordinary person take a beating like this? However, this didn't quell her killing intent. The hourglass quickly trickled to a stop. The "I'll hit you" statue finally ceased beating Ling Han, and it retreated to the side and became unmoving as if it were just another ordinary stone statue. "Where are our rewards? Hurry up and let us leave this place," Empress Luanxing urged. She naturally wasn't interested in the reward. Rather, she was itching to leave this place so she could kill Ling Han. Ling Han hurriedly smiled and said, "There's no hurry at all. Why don't we sit down for a cup of tea?" Ha 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 ha. The Invincible Paragon Saint roared with laughter and said, very well indeed. One possesses a most powerful offensive ability, and one possesses a most powerful defensive ability. You two are the ideal match." "Ideal match," Ling Han murmured. Then he raised his voice in protest and said, Oi, don't say things that can cause misunderstandings." He. The Invincible Paragon Saint laughed heartily. "Oi, what the hell do you mean?" Ling Han asked. The Invincible Paragon Saint kept laughing for a while before saying, "Next up is my reward for you too." He paused for a moment, seemingly eager to hear Ling Han and Empress Luanxing's curious questions. To his disappointment, however, neither of them responded to him. Fuck. The Invincible Paragon Saint had been snubbed, so he could only continue, I'm going to accept the child of you two as my disciple and raise them to become the most powerful person in the world. Pooh. Ling Han instantly spluttered loudly. Are you fucking retarded? However, the Invincible Paragon Saint appeared to be extremely excited, and he said, when the most powerful offensive ability and most powerful defensive ability combine, the child that they create will definitely possess both of these great abilities. As such, this child will be the most suitable candidate for becoming my disciple. Ling Han shook his head and said, Oi oi oi, stop talking to yourself. There's no way that's going to happen. Meanwhile, a devastating killing intent surged from Empress Wanxing's body. The Invincible Paragon Saint actually wanted her to have children with Ling Han? Was he seeking death? Ah. If I want you two to have children, you two will have no choice but to have children. The Invincible Paragon Saint chortled in glee and continued, otherwise you two can just stay here and here forever. Whenever my disciple is born is when I'll let you two out. Fuck. Chapter 11:24. Give birth to my disciple. How vulgar and shameless. Isn't he forcing people to prostitute themselves? How can he force us to make a child? Are you still a senior? Ling Han questioned. How can you ask for something so vulgar and shameless? Pay. There are 3 kinds of unfilial deeds, not having descendants being the most severe of them. I'm merely doing what's best for you two, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. He was indeed a D***keckhead saint. How could he still remain so righteous when uttering such words? Shameless people clearly wouldn't back down at a mere few words. Ling Han's mind whirred and he said, why do you insist on taking a newborn as your disciple? Just look at us two. One of us possesses the most powerful offensive ability, while one of us possesses the most powerful defensive ability. Why don't you teach your divine techniques to us? The Invincible Paragon Saint's voice suddenly became cold and he said, Humph. Can you two be trusted? What? Has this senior been betrayed before? And he doesn't trust anyone anymore? I'll tell you two something and hopefully this causes you two to give up. You'll be the parents of my disciple after all, so you have the right to know about these matters. The Invincible Paragon Saint paused for a moment before continuing, I was already a supreme elite countless years ago. However, I often cultivated in seclusion in order to charge toward an even higher cultivation level. I had 3 disciples at the time, yet, in order to break through to become saints, they actually plotted against me while I was cultivating in seclusion. Their actions caused me to suffer unhealable Dao wounds. As expected, this senior had been betrayed before, and it was because of this that he didn't trust people anymore. However, this was understandable. Disciples weren't like students, and it could be said that disciples were no different from one's own children. Being betrayed by people so close to him naturally gave him deep wounds. As a result, it was extremely difficult for him to trust others. Ling Han interjected, why did they plot against you? Wouldn't it have been better to have the guidance of a saint? Humph, do you think the Genesis tier is that easy to reach? The Invincible Paragon Saint chuckled coldly and said, even though my 3 disciples were prodigies among prodigies, their chances of reaching the Genesis tier were still less than 1 in 100. Taking that final step isn't something any ordinary prodigy can achieve. One also needs to come across enough rare opportunities and have enough godly medicines to support their cultivation. Otherwise, one will only end up destroying themselves if they try to break through blindly. They wanted to steal the fruits of my cultivation. Although this couldn't let them reach the Genesis tier immediately, it raised their chances of success by at least 30%. This was a choice between a chance of less than 1% and a chance of more than 30%. The appeal of becoming a saint was tremendous, and there were naturally those who would become reckless and take massive risks. In fact, there were even those who would kill their own master. My condolences, Ling Han said in comfort. A puzzled expression then appeared on his face and he asked, since you've already been betrayed by your disciples once, why are you still looking to take another disciple? Humph, it's because of this that I need to teach my disciple from when they're a blank piece of paper, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. Fine, this senior has become obsessed with finding a newborn disciple. I can't be bothered talking to you anymore. Let us out of here. Ling Han shouted. No problem. I'll let you two leave once you give birth to my disciple, the Invincible Paragon Saint said. Just think about it. One day the child of you two will become a supreme elite who can sweep through the galaxies and universe. How glorious is that? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, there's no need to got to so much trouble. Someday I myself will be able to sweep through the entire world. I don't need to rely on my children. *T2I brat, you're really brimming with confidence, aren't you? The Invincible Paragon Saint grumbled. You're actually claiming that you can sweep through the entire world. Ling Han smiled and said, aren't you the one calling yourself the Invincible Paragon Saint? The Invincible Paragon Saint was rendered speechless. Although his current title was a bit over the top, at least he had been a saint before. But what about Ling Han? My true identity is the Notionless Saint, he said. He revealed his true identity to prevent Ling Han from using his nickname to attack him. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, Senior, it's already been so long, so perhaps your 3 disciples have already passed away. Impossible, the Notionless Saint immediately said. Although I was able to escape with my crippled body, my saintly origin was snatched by my 3 traitorous disciples. With their talents, it's extremely likely that they've all become saints. I've been cultivating my divine sense all these years, and I've even ground away my saintly might such that my disciple will be able to inherit it. This is also why I haven't returned to the outside world for so long. Based on my estimations, only a few 100 million years have passed, so those 3 traitorous disciples of mine are definitely still alive. Moreover, their cultivation has most likely reached a profound level as well. Ling Han felt that this saint had lived through a lot of grief. He had been screwed over by his disciples in life, yet after he died he still chose to grind away his own divine sense in order to benefit his future disciple. Was there really a need for him to do this? Senior, can't you live a second life? He asked. How can I live a second life without obtaining a reincarnation flower? The Notionless Saint said. However, only one reincarnation flower will exist in the entire immortal realm at any one time. Moreover, each flower needs tens of billions of years to bloom. As invincible as Saint Kings are, even they can only sigh in disappointment before a half-bloomed reincarnation flower if they're born during the wrong time. Anyhow, enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and make a disciple for me. Rest assured I won't peek. Ling Han shouted. However, the stone tablet didn't make another sound. Empress Luan Xing had been silently listening from the side this entire time. However, she turned her gaze onto Ling Han now, killing intent burning in her eyes. You want to create children with me? Go die. The Empress launched a ferocious attack toward Ling Han. However, she suddenly discovered that her cultivation level had been suppressed to the shattering void tier just as her attack flew out. How could such a measly attack kill Ling Han? Hee. Brat, I've already suppressed the cultivation level of this thorny rose. What are you waiting for? The Notionless Saint's voice traveled into their ears again. Old delinquent. Ling Han was absolutely stupefied. What kind of saint was this? He had no bottom line at all. He turned to face Empress Luan Xing, and his mouth involuntarily gaped open. Empress Luan Xing's cultivation level had been suppressed, and as a result, the aura of primal chaos that enveloped her also started to disappear rapidly. Her true appearance was gradually revealed. Beautiful, alluring, pure, enchanting, seductive. Ling Han couldn't find any single adjective to describe Empress Luan Xing. This was because there was a mix of purity and seductiveness, aloofness and allure, and other strikingly contrasting dispositions on her breathtakingly beautiful face. These qualities shouldn't have appeared on the face of a single person, and yet they did. However, these features didn't make Empress Luan Xing appear odd in the least. Rather, they filled her with a bewitching aura that was as fiery as fire, yet as frosty as ice. Different notions of beauty were all gathered in her one body, and even the hearts of ascetic monks would flutter if they laid their eyes upon her. Her charisma had already transcended the state of mere beauty. In terms of beauty alone, the Imperial Empress of the Rock Palace had been no less beautiful than her. In fact, her disposition had even been slightly nobler. However, in terms of one's allure to males, there was no one else in the world who could match this empress. At least until now, Ling Han still had yet to see another woman who was as striking and as feminine as this empress. No wonder the Eternity Sky Emperor and Jade Drop Emperor were willing to give up their majestic empires for her hand in marriage. She was indeed a beauty who was worth giving up one's nation for. Elites as powerful as the Eternity Sky and Jade Drop Emperor could definitely see through the aura of primal chaos that shrouded Empress Luan Xing. As such, they had naturally seen her true appearance before. In fact, Those at the heavenly body tier could probably all see her true appearance. According to rumors, the left minister and the other officials all didn't dare to look at Empress Wanxing when attending the court. By the looks of it, they were afraid of committing stupid acts if they looked at the Empress too much. However, the cultivation level of this breathtaking seductive beauty had actually been suppressed now. As long as Ling Han wished, he could force himself onto this Empress. This kind of temptation. What man could hold himself back? Chapter 11:25, Resisting. Empress Wanxing clearly knew this as well. She remained silent, yet a primitive and ancient aura radiated from her body. It was as if she were going to shatter the notionless saint's seal and recover her powerful cultivation. Several shadows of large snakes appeared behind her back, each of them larger than a mountain. No, they were even larger than heavenly bodies. It was as if they could open their jaws and swallow entire stars. 9 Snake. You're actually from the 9 Snake tribe. The notionless saint suddenly shouted. There was surprise and excitement in his voice. Ah, no wonder your aura felt so familiar. You're actually from the fabled 9 Snake tribe. Having this kind of bloodline and with my teachings, my disciple will definitely become the #1 elite in the world. 9 Snake tribe? Ling Han felt extremely vexed. Judging by the notionless saint's excitement, this 9 Snake tribe was probably extremely powerful. However, he had never heard of this tribe before. Empress Wanxing was unmoved by his words. She simply continued to attack the restrictions on her body. Don't waste your strength, young lady. Although you possess the bloodline of the 9 Snake tribe, you're still only at the heavenly body tier. However, I'm already at the Genesis tier. Those at the Genesis tier are saints, and the gulf between you and me is simply too large to overcome. I can suppress the sky with a single thought, so how can you dream of ever undoing my restrictions? Empress Wanxing wasn't willing to give up. She was a ruler after all, so how could she go down without putting up a fight? The notionless saint purposefully provoked Ling Han, saying, Brat, what are standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and do her. You're not attracted even though she's such a beautiful woman? Are you a eunuch? Ling Han chuckled and said, Why is the eunuch worrying when the emperor is not one? Fuck. The notionless saint was slightly ticked off. He was a mighty saint, and if it weren't for the fact that he only had a wisp of his soul left, and if it weren't for the fact that he needed Ling Han to copulate with Empress Wanxing, would he really swallow such abuse? Ling Han looked at Empress Wanxing and said, Don't worry. Although I don't dare to say that I only love one woman, I'm not someone who'll get into a relationship with any woman that I come across. Empress Wanxing felt slightly embarrassed and irritated. She had always enjoyed a much higher position than others, so when had she ever needed others to show sympathy or be charitable toward her? If her cultivation level hadn't been suppressed, she would have been able to slice Ling Han into pieces with a casual strike. However, there was nothing she could do about the current situation. She couldn't free herself from the notionless saint's restrictions, so she was truly at the mercy of Ling Han. If Ling Han forced himself onto her, all she could do was attempt to drag him down with her. Brat, you talk quite tough. However, how long can you last? Anyhow, I'm not in a hurry. I can simply spend tens or even hundreds of years waiting for you too, the notionless saint said. He stopped speaking after this, and it was as if he were truly going to ignore Ling Han and Empress Wanxing. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time trickled by, and the only people in the 9th level were Ling Han and Empress Wanxing, a lone man and a lone woman. Ling Han had never thought that he was a good example of a moral person. However, as a man there were things that he would do and things that he wouldn't do. No matter how attractive Empress Wanxing was, he definitely wouldn't force himself onto a weak woman. This was a question of principles, and there was a bottom line that he would never traverse. He simply cultivated every day. There was a demonic power source in his body, and the life essence in this tomb was also extremely rich. Thus, the speed of his cultivation was definitely not slow. It was a shame that he couldn't enter the Black Tower. Otherwise, the speed of his improvement would be even quicker if he were able to comprehend Tao under the reincarnation tree. Even so, he was still able to stride ahead in leaps and bounds. The speed of his cultivation would definitely shock others. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month. Ling Han and Empress Wanxing both kept to themselves. Although they were in the same room, they pretty much hadn't spoken a single word to each other. Oh, my proud Empress! Ling Han exclaimed in his mind. How much self-control did he need not to lay his hands on her? T2I Senior. T2I Senior. Ling Han shouted. T2I brat, what did you call me? The notionless saint said in an angry voice. You're acting improperly even though you're an old man. So you're naturally TTY Senior. Ling Han smiled and continued, say TTY Senior, where are the others? Concentrate on being a good bridegroom, the notionless saint said with a humph. Why do you care about the others anyway? It was clear that he was extremely displeased. If it weren't for the fact that he only had a wisp of his soul remaining, perhaps even he would be attracted to the nine-snake woman. It looks like I won't be able to leave anytime soon. Help me tell my friends that they can leave first and not worry about me, Ling Han said. Why do I have to act as your messenger? The notionless saint said in displeasure. He had been a saint before, yet he actually had to deliver a message for a junior now? This was way beneath him. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, you're the one who needs my help right now. Isn't it only natural that you also help me do some trivial things? Anyhow, this is a matter between you and me, so why drag other unrelated people into the matter? TY brat, the notionless saint mumbled. Fine, I'll pass your message to that woman. TSK. Who would have thought? You're actually quite the loyal husband. Ling Han didn't think that he was very loyal. He hadn't forced himself onto Empress Luanxing, because he simply would never force himself onto others. Moreover, what would he do in the future if he actually did force himself onto her? Was Empress Luanxing the kind of woman who would become weak and obedient after being raped by someone? No way. At that time, only one of them would be able to survive. Although Empress Luanxing wanted to kill him now, this wasn't a conflict that couldn't be resolved. However, if he ended up forcing himself onto her, their conflict would genuinely become one that would only conclude with the death of one of them. The waiting game continued. Another 2 months passed and Ling Han reached the peak stage of the high extreme. His breaking through to the next cultivation level was imminent. This was the opportunity that he had been waiting for, summoning heavenly tribulation. Heaven was boundless and earth was vast. Among them, heavenly tribulation was the greatest. Heavenly tribulation wouldn't affect unrelated people, yet this sealed-off space would definitely be shattered open. At that time, Ling Han would be able to find an opportunity to escape. Anyhow, he hadn't been able to comprehend Tao under the reincarnation tree, so it had taken him the best part of a year to finally complete this final step. Rumble. Even saints at the Genesis tier couldn't obstruct the overwhelming might of the heavenly tribulation. Thunderclouds materialized in the sky and started to deal their brutal punishment. The notionless saint looked up in surprise and said, TY brat, what divine pill have you taken? Not even a year has passed, yet you've already gone from the late stage of the high extreme to the peak stage. In fact, you're already ready to advance to the consummate level? Advancing from the late stage of the high extreme to the peak stage of the high extreme in under a year wasn't too astonishing. After all, this could be achieved as long as one had enough natural treasures. However, was the heavenly Tao something that could be comprehended so easily? The notionless saint didn't know about the demonic power source in Ling Han's body. Although there was only a shred of it remaining, it was still more than enough to help Ling Han break through to the peak stage of the Mountain River tier. Haha, so that's what you're planning? You want to borrow the might of the heavenly tribulation to shatter this sealed-off space that I created? The notionless saint chuckled giddily and said, Brat, you sure have underestimated me. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked toward Ling Han. Ling Han prepared to deal with the heavenly tribulation. There was no other thought running through his mind at this moment, and he actively shattered the godly bones in his body. He was going to accept the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Empress Luanxing retreated to the side to watch. Although divine lightning continued to thunder down, one wouldn't be swept up in the heavenly tribulation as long as they didn't actively launch an attack toward it. Of course, the heavenly tribulation would still extend its attacks toward her if Ling Han attacked her and she struck back. Ling Han's physique has clearly reached a toughness of level 4 godly metal already, so how were his godly bones shattered by the divine lightning so easily? Chapter 11:26. Don't be like that. Could it be that Ling Han is shattering his godly bones himself? This was the only possibility that Empress Luanxing could think of. However, why was Ling Han doing this? He was doing just fine, so what was the point of shattering his own godly bones? One had to realize that the toughness of Ling Han's godly bones was already on par with level 4 godly metal. It could be said that he had the ability to pass the heavenly tribulation lying down. Is he tempering his godly bones? She was surprised and then stunned. If his godly bones become stronger, just how freakish will his defensive ability become? Of course, even a defensive ability on par with level 5 godly metal was as weak as paper before her. However, based on Ling Han's actions, it was clear that his defensive ability would continue to grow with his cultivation level. It would continue to remain slightly stronger than his actual cultivation level. This was a terrifying notion. This man who came from a small world. Why does he possess such an astonishing ability? Is he also from some ancient divine tribe? Fuck. The notionless saint also swore in surprise. His cultivation level was even higher than Empress Luanxing, and he had also lived for much longer than her. However, he had never heard of such a freakish physique before, much less seen one. He had initially thought that Ling Han's powerful physique was a result of him ingesting some invaluable treasure. In other words, his physique becoming so strong was just a one-off event. Now, however, he realized that it could actually grow stronger along with Ling Han's cultivation level. Is this brat also from some large clan? The notionless saint felt as if he were dreaming. Having someone with a nine-snake tribe bloodline appear was already a rare event. The nine-snake tribe was an ancient divine tribe, and they were already lost from the immortal realm. However, Ling Han's incredible talent was definitely no weaker than Empress Luanxing's. Is he also a descendant of some ancient divine tribe? The notionless saint's astonishment was gradually replaced by delight. If the descendants of two ancient divine tribes mate, just how freakishly talented will their offspring be? Such an offspring had never appeared before, not even in the ancient past. This was because the populations of these ancient divine tribes numbered far too few. Although there had been a few prodigies from these tribes in the distant past, none of them had ever ended up marrying each other. I can't wait to see the results, he murmured to himself. Ling Han crushed his godly bones and accepted the tempering offered by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he also continued to channel the indestructible heaven scroll as he elevated his cultivation level to a greater height. Heavenly tribulation was nothing to Ling Han, and its most important purpose was to temper his godly bones. There was nothing more for him to do, so he decided to retrieve his divine demon sword. Since this sword could improve in quality through swallowing godly metal, perhaps it would also receive some benefits by being tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Half a day's time quickly trickled by. Ling Han circulated a drop of indestructible true fluid and reformed his godly bones. Even though he was in a closed-off realm, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth still surged into his body and consolidated his Tao foundation. Combined with the rich life essence in the tomb, he was naturally able to recover all of his vitality. His aura swarmed about vigorously, displaying the exuberance of his vitality. Ling Han descended from the sky and slipped into a new change of clothes. His old clothes had naturally been blasted into dust by the violent strikes of the heavenly tribulation. He frowned slightly as he looked up at the sky. This was because this space had actually continued to grow even under the ferocious attacks of the tribulation. This space had expanded to a size large enough for him to undergo the tribulation, in effect preventing the latter from destroying it. As expected of a saint. This was an ability that he couldn't even fathom. *TY brat, who would have thought? You managed to surprise me again. The notionless saint laughed heartily and said, the toughness of your physique is probably on par with level 5 godly metal now, am I correct? Ling Han knew that he couldn't hide this from a saint, even though this saint was already dead, and only had a wisp of his soul remaining. He carefully checked over his body before answering, not yet. It's far, far stronger than level 4 godly metal, but there's still some distance before it can reach the state of level 5 godly metal. Perhaps Ling Han would need to form a fifth mountain and river and pass another heavenly tribulation before his godly bones could be tempered to a toughness of level 5 godly metal. Hurry up and make me a disciple, the notionless saint shouted enthusiastically. I'm just going to ignore you, Ling Han said. He sat down and continued to cultivate. Although the notionless saint still possessed incredible powers, just being powerful alone was useless when it came to copulating and making kids. He humphed and said, do you two want to stay here forever? This place is fine, Ling Han said with a smile. It's rich with life essence, and that makes it perfect for cultivation. He naturally wouldn't back down. We'll wait and see. The notionless saint disappeared in anger. Time flew by. 3 months, 9 months, 1 year. Ling Han and Empress Wanxing had already been trapped in this tower for a full year's time. Although this was an insignificant amount of time for immortals, the fact that their confinement could extend into decades, centuries, and even millennia made this increasingly unbearable. Ling Han's cultivation had already shot to the peak stage of the consummate level of the mountain river tier. His next step would be to either form 5 mountains and rivers, or advance into the sun-moon tier and set foot in a completely new cultivation level. However, the notionless saint's patience was already wearing thin. He issued another warning through the stone tablet, saying, "My time is limited. You two have forced me to do this." Oi, you're not going to kill us, are you? Also, how is your time limited? Aren't you already dead? Ling Han said with a chuckle. Humph. I refined my own divine sense, so how can I survive for much longer? The notionless saint's voice was cold, and he said, "Since you're not willing to take initiative, I'm left with no option but to force that little girl to take initiative." Boom. Empress Wanxing's aura suddenly became incredibly terrifying. In this instant, she recovered her cultivation as a heavenly body tier elite. However, Ling Han didn't believe this to be good news. Quite the contrary, in fact. The notionless saint had already issued such threats, so he definitely didn't have anything good in mind. Empress Wanxing's appearance was once again shrouded by an aura of primal chaos. Her body also shimmered as it became partly hidden and partly visible, though it was still as stunning and as enchanting as ever. She raised her head to look at Ling Han, and Ling Han felt as if he had been locked onto by a wolf, even though he couldn't see her breathtakingly beautiful eyes. This feeling wasn't that of a rabbit being locked onto by a hungry wolf. Rather, it was that of a male wolf being locked onto by a female wolf in heat. Why senior, what the hell did you do? Ling Han asked in shock. I merely put her in heat, the notionless saint said with a chuckle. Okay, my job here is done. I'll leave now and leave you two to have fun. Old B** starred. Stop right where you. Empress Wanxing leaped over before Ling Han could even finish his sentence. She embraced him tightly, and like a female leopard in heat, tried to forcefully push him onto the ground. No, she was more like a beautiful snake who had coiled around his body. Oi, I've already restrained myself, so can't you show some restraint too? Ling Han tried his best to break free from Empress Wanxing as he spoke, yet it was futile even though he had already reached the consummate level of the mountain river tier. After all, how could he resist an opponent who was at the heavenly body tier? Empress Wanxing moaned softly. There was no reason for this, yet her moan was filled with a bewitching seductiveness that caused a lustful heat to spread through Ling Han's body. Empress Wanxing was a breathtaking beauty who could hook a man's soul with a single glance. Even Shui Yenyu's beauty was eclipsed by her. She was like a village girl before Empress Wanxing. What man could turn down such a stunning beauty, especially when she was actively asking to be taken? Ling Han gritted his teeth. Although he had dreamed of capturing and spanking the Empress after he attained a supreme cultivation, that had merely been a dream. Taking advantage of others while they were weak was not what a man should do. Empress Wanxing had already started to kiss Ling Han. She continued to look for his lips, and when she couldn't find them, she would simply kiss him somewhere else, anywhere else. Ling Han really wanted to slap himself. He was actually trying to escape from a stunning beauty in heat? Was he retarded? Rip. A large chunk of his clothes was ripped off. Even his ferocious weapon was almost revealed. Would little Han be fucked by the Empress? Chapter 1127, Principles. How unreserved. You're the mighty Empress, so how can your willpower be so weak? Ling Han's heart thumped against his chest. She was a stunning beauty who could hook a man's heart with her flawless figure with a single glance. Back when he hadn't seen her face yet, the image of her figure would still drift into his mind from time to time. Now, however, she was actually throwing herself at him. Moreover, she even allowed him to witness her true appearance. How tempting was this? Ling Han tried to resist, yet his hands involuntarily grabbed her voluptuous breasts again. Fuck. Why did I place my hands there? It must be because they're too big a target. I reached over without even knowing. So big. So erect. So soft. So bouncy. Ling Han gulped with great difficulty. He was finally able to experience the amazing sensations this time. He shook his head vigorously. Now wasn't the time to think of such matters. Rip. The Empress couldn't contain herself any longer, and she started to rip off more of Ling Han's clothes. Fuck. 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 Ling Han cursed in his mind. His body flashed and he disappeared into the Black Tower. A dazed look flashed across Empress Luanxing's eyes as Ling Han's body suddenly vanished from her embrace. Her reactions were slightly sluggish under the effects of her lust. Huh. The notionless saint's voice sounded again and he said, "Spatial god tool? Can't be. Even if he hid into a spatial god tool, the spatial god tool itself shouldn't have disappeared." As expected, that old geezer didn't leave. Ling Han grumbled in the Black Tower. Then he felt a strong urge to slap himself across the face. A stunning beauty had actively thrown herself at him, yet he had actually hidden in the Black Tower? Did he have any feelings for Empress Luanxing? Ling Han had to admit that this Empress charm was already transcendent above everything else. Even his heart would thump in excitement every time he saw her. Yet, he had actually fled from her embrace just like that? Just thinking about this made him feel like he was a hypocrite. He clearly lusted after her, so why was he acting like a saint? I'm not acting like a saint. It's just that. I'll feel guilt and regret if I take her like that. Moreover, my aim is to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. If there are any weaknesses in my mind, I'll definitely be affected when I'm trying to comprehend the heavenly Tao in the future. Perhaps it might even lead to my death. My principle is to retain a clear conscience. As such, there's a line that I simply can't cross. With this in mind, his emotions gradually settled down. It was also because of this reason that he chose to expose the secret of the Black Tower rather than to cave in facing his lust and tangle with Empress Luanxing. Small Tower suddenly appeared beside him and said, "You can tell that person that I have a way to reincarnate him." Ling Han was dazed for a moment. Then he almost jumped up in anger, shouting, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He had been trapped in this place for almost 2 years. Firstly, you didn't ask. Secondly, you didn't enter the Black Tower either. I thought you were enjoying your time with that Empress and didn't want to leave, Small Tower said calmly. This dude. Ling Han muttered in his mind. However, he couldn't help but reflect on his actions. He had remained especially honest these 2 years. Was he satisfied with his current situation due to Empress Luanxing's irresistible charm? He was astonished upon realizing this. The Empress' charm was far too incredible. It was so strong that he had been affected without even knowing it. Ling Han collected his thoughts and said, "That old geezer only has a wisp of his soul remaining." Moreover, he refined his own divine sense and brought himself closer to death. However, you're saying that you can still save him? Correct. Small Tower had always been frank with its words. It said, the reincarnation tree can help him maintain the last remnants of his soul. Moreover, when you unlock the next level of the Black Tower, he'll be able to gather the power of the 5 elements and forge a 5-element body. 5-element body? That sounds so badass, Ling Han said. Tell him that forging the 5-element body is an act going against the heavens. It'll cause his immortal tribulation to occur 10 times as often. Immortal tribulation? Ling Han asked. Am I obligated to answer all of your questions? Small Tower rebutted. Then it answered its own question and said, no. So, don't waste any more of my precious time. I have to continue repairing the Black Tower. If it weren't for the fact that I need you to become more powerful, I wouldn't even come out to speak to you. Sigh, what a troublesome master. I need to take care of everything for him. Its body slowly became transparent and disappeared as it spoke. Fuck. Have you ever treated me like your master? Ling Han mumbled. He calmed down and collected his thoughts. Shio. He exited the Black Tower with a flash. A seductive moan traveled into his ears, and he was immediately pulled into Empress Luanxing's embrace. This Empress hadn't activated her divine patterns while embracing him, just in other words, she hadn't restrained him using her martial intent, and it was because of this that he had been able to hide in the Black Tower. However, her divine patterns were activated this time, and Ling Han was genuinely restrained. *T2I Senior, don't you want to take revenge? He frantically shouted. Don't you want to return to the Genesis tier? You saw just then, didn't you? I also have astonishing secrets. I can help you forge a 5-element body. However, the problem is that you'll have to face the immortal tribulation 10 times more often. What? There was a hint of pure shock in Notionless Saint's voice, and he said emotionally, Brat, is what you say true? If he could live on, and if he could take revenge with his own two hands, why would he still refine his own fruits of cultivation in preparation for someone else? Of course it's true. Release the technique on her first. Ling Han shouted. Hee hee, you really are one strange lad, the notionless saint commented. Fine, I'm interested to hear about your idea. Pa. Empress Luan Xing suddenly stopped moving. However, she also lost all of her strength, and she immediately collapsed into Ling Han's lap. Ling Han had been busy trying to free himself from her embrace when she had been taking initiative just then. Now that she fell silent, he was able to clearly feel just how soft, just how hot, and just how supple her body was. His mouth instantly became dry as a primal urge welled up inside him. His feelings at this moment proved the saying to be true: a concubine was better than a wife, a lover was better than a concubine, and an unattainable lover was better than an attainable lover one. He had rejected her when she had opened herself up to him, and now that it was all over, his heart became itchy with desire. Ling Han hurriedly took a deep breath. He drew on all his willpower to place Empress Luan Xing aside, and he said, "Ty Senior, I'll bring you to a place. Don't resist." Nonsense. I can forge spatial god tools myself, so of course I understand this concept, Notionless Saint said. However, the remnants of my soul have suppressed underground this entire time. It was suppressed using the power of heaven, and once it becomes exposed, I'll be left with only two options: fuse it into someone else's body, or have it dissipate and vanish. It's impossible for my soul to return underground. So, you'd better not be lying to me. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you before I vanish. Ling Han waved his hand and said, don't worry. I won't give you any reason to kill me. Very well, I'm coming out now. Notionless Saint was a decisive person, and the columns in the tower instantly lit up. A ball of white light hovered into Ling Han's vision. Ling Han released his divine sense and wrapped it around this ball of light. Shio. He entered the black tower with the white ball of light. Chapter 11:28, Immortal Tribulation. What? The white ball of light instantly cried out in astonishment after entering the black tower. Of course, this cry was actually just the fluctuation of one's divine sense. Notionless Saint had lost his body long ago, as such, he wasn't able to speak aloud. Brat, how is the space within your spatial god tool so huge? It's almost like a genuine world. If this saint still had a physical body, he would definitely be flailing about in shock, excited to the point of almost fainting. At this moment, Notionless Saint finally believed that Ling Han possessed the ability to help him reform his body and give him a second lease on life. After all, he would need the reincarnation flower if he wanted to reincarnate. However, this flower would only bloom once every 10 billion years. It was tremendously difficult to obtain even for saints. Although there weren't many saints, the immortal realm was incredibly vast, meaning the absolute number of saints was actually not all that low. That being the case, how intense would the competition for the reincarnation flower be? However, he was stunned after seeing the space inside Ling Han's spatial god tool. He could also refine spatial god tools, yet even if he gave his best effort, he would only be able to refine one with an internal space equivalent to that of an imperial palace. If he refined one any larger, the space inside would become extremely unstable and face the threat of crumbling at any moment. This had to do with the path that one traveled after reaching the Genesis tier. Though they were all saints, the gulf between those at the low extreme, medium extreme, and high extreme was basically insurmountable. Ling Han led Notionless Saint to the reincarnation tree and said, your divine sense won't wilt here. In fact, it can even be nurtured. When I become more powerful, I'll gather the power of the 5 elements and help you forge a new body. The ball of white light that was Notionless Saint wrapped around one of the branches of the reincarnation tree. He sensed it for a moment before exclaiming, it's true. My divine sense can actually be nurtured. Heavens, could this be a reincarnation tree? Although the reincarnation flower was precious, it would at least bloom once every 10 billion years. In other words, it could be obtained within 2 generations of saints. However, what about the reincarnation tree? This was a peculiar tree that people regarded as something not from this world. Moreover, it needed a whopping 12 trillion years to reach maturity. 12 trillion years. What kind of concept was this? Before a reincarnation tree, even saints could only acknowledge that they were juniors. Their lifespan was not even 1/10 that of a reincarnation tree. Notionless Saint's voice trembled as he asked, Brat, which Saint King's inheritance and treasures did you receive? Those at the Genesis tier were referred to as saints. Those at the low extreme were referred to as small saints, those at the medium extreme as medium saints, those at the high extreme as great saints, and those at the consummate level as saint kings. Although they were all saints, each increase in minor level in the Genesis tier was unbelievably difficult. It could be said that most saints would only ever reach the level of small saint, even up until their deaths. They would still be a long way off reaching the level of a medium saint. Notionless Saint was one of these small saints. She was like a mere ant compared to a saint king. Ling Han smiled and asked, "Senior, are you happy with this place?" "Yes. Yes, of course." Notionless Saint was over the moon with delight. He could finally take revenge for himself. After all, who would want to rely on others if they didn't need to? Moreover, he could live on and even recover his past cultivation. This naturally delighted him even more. "So, can you let us out now?" Ling Han asked. "Of course." Notionless Saint answered without any hesitation. "Oh, that's right. What's immortal tribulation?" Ling Han suddenly asked. Notionless Saint faltered for a moment before saying, "You negotiated with me without even knowing what immortal tribulation is?" Ling Han smiled and said, "There's a tool spirit in this god tool, and it informed me of such an existence. I merely repeated its words." Notionless Saint believed in Ling Han's ability to give him a new lease in life even more upon hearing these words. This was because people would lie, but he had never heard of spirit tools lying before. He pondered for a moment and said, "Saints have the ability to form new worlds. However, it's also because of this that we invoke the jealousy of heaven. As such, we'll suffer from the so-called immortal tribulation once every 100 million years. This is a curse from heaven and earth, and it brings about great disasters, great illnesses, or even heavenly tribulation. It's even possible that saints will experience great misfortunes and come across assassins and such. If you go into hiding and avoid an immortal tribulation, the next one that arrives after 100 million years will become even more terrifying. Moreover, immortal tribulations are never-ending. They'll keep arriving until one doesn't have the ability to resist them any longer. At that time, one will die, even if they still haven't reached the end of their lifespan yet. Only by becoming stronger will one be able to continually dissolve the threat posed by immortal tribulation. Immortal tribulation is like a whip that relentlessly pressures you to grow stronger." Ling Han was astonished. Saints seem like towering figures who are invincible throughout the world, yet they actually have to suffer through such curses. No wonder there are so few saints. After becoming a saint, advancing forward another step was as difficult as transcending heaven. However, immortal tribulation would arrive once every 100 million years, regardless of whether one had grown stronger or not. If one hadn't become stronger, perhaps they would luck out and pass an immortal tribulation. However, they would definitely be killed by the next one. So, cultivating is like rowing a boat upstream. If you don't advance, you'll be pushed back. If you're pushed back, death will be your only fate. Notionless Saint revealed the brutal truth about cultivation. If you forge a new body from the 5 elements, you'll have to face immortal tribulation once every 10 million years, Ling Han said. That's a matter I'll have to deal with after recovering my cultivation as a saint. Anyhow, I've already experienced several immortal tribulations, so the first few won't pose any danger to me. Notionless Saint was brimming with confidence, and he continued, "I've already walked the path of a saint once. When I recover to become a saint again, I'll definitely have the ability to kill those traitorous disciples after cultivating for another tens of millions of years." Ling Han nodded. Although a body forged from the 5 elements would cause immortal tribulation to arrive 10 times more often, that was still a period of 10 million years. He still had yet to reach 50 in this second life, and he had only lived for 200 or so years in his previous life. Thus, a period of 10 million years seemed astronomical to him. "Okay, Senior, let us go out first." Ling Han left the Black Tower with Notionless Saint. This matter had been resolved more smoothly than he had expected. He had only hidden into the Black Tower because he hadn't wanted to hurt Empress Luan Xing. As a result, he had exposed the secret of his peculiar spatial god tool. To his surprise, the ensuing series of events ended with him obtaining Notionless Saint. Notionless Saint would nurture his divine sense in the Black Tower, so it was only natural that he would have to help Ling Han in return, right? When Ling Han exited the Black Tower, he saw that Empress Luan Xing had already returned to normal. She was standing there by herself, and there was an indescribable sense of loneliness about her. This sight would cause one to develop an urge to embrace and free her from the loneliness. The charm of this empress was tremendous. Ling Han coughed as he composed himself and said, "Your Majesty will be able to leave soon." There was a complicated look in Empress Wanxing's eyes as she gazed at him. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Initially, she had already suppressed that faint thought in her mind and decided to kill Ling Han. However, who would have expected such a huge turn of events? Her cultivation had been suppressed, and she had ended up even weaker than Ling Han. However, Ling Han hadn't taken advantage of the situation to force himself onto her. This required immense willpower and restraint. She obviously knew just how charming she was. What weighed on her mind the most was naturally the events that had occurred just then. She had been manipulated by a saint, and as a result, become like a beast in heat. She had actively thrown herself at Ling Han, and had even forcefully pushed him down. Yet Ling Han had actually guarded his chastity, even under such tremendous temptation. Was there something wrong with Ling Han's manhood? Impossible. She had tangled with him just then, and she could clearly feel the ferocious nature of his weapon. It had definitely been raring to go, and it had definitely been prepared to attack her. Moreover, she had seen the lust glimmering in Ling Han's eyes. However, he had restrained himself. In fact, he had even chosen to expose the secret of his spatial god tool, if only to protect her purity. The Empress had to admit that she was moved. Chapter 1129, Returning to the Joint Peace Planet. Ever since being groped by Ling Han, the Empress had naturally viewed him as a perverted, vulgar, and shameless scoundrel. However, after spending close to 2 years together, she realized that Ling Han's conduct was nothing short of noble. The restraint that he had shown at the end even more so required overwhelming willpower and resolution. Moreover, he had even exposed his precious treasure in order to protect her purity. It could be said that his conduct was blindingly noble. Could she still kill Ling Han? Of course not. That would be repaying kindness with hatred. In fact, Empress Wanxing rejoiced slightly in the fact that she had been trapped with Ling Han, and not some other man. If it were another man, she would have definitely lost her purity and chastity already. Just thinking about such a possibility made her shudder and feel a strong sense of lingering fear. Moreover, in order to ensure that he received a disciple, Notionless Saint would have definitely made her copulate several times. This was even more terrifying. In a sense, Ling Han was a big benefactor of hers. In fact, she owed him so much that she wouldn't be able to repay him this entire lifetime. The problem was, the memories of her kissing, hugging, and intertwining with him were all seared into her mind as well. How could she relax upon recalling these events? There was a heavy burden on her, and it was her goal to become the strongest cultivator in the world. There was a blemish in her Dao heart now, and this would potentially affect her future cultivation. What could she do about this? How could she not be worried? In the end, she could only reply with a soft, This was her way of saying, I know. Ling Han could understand her difficulties to a certain degree. However, he wasn't female after all, and he was more so not Empress Wanxing. Perhaps he could only understand less than 1% of what she was feeling at the moment. Your Majesty, let's pretend the events of these past few days never occurred. What do you say? Empress Wanxing was riled up upon hearing this. Only she could say that. You touched me, kissed me, and embraced me, yet you want to pretend none of that happened with a mere few words. If Ling Han knew of her thoughts, he would definitely shout that he was being wronged. Because it was in fact this Empress that had touched him, kissed him, and embraced him, okay? If it hadn't been for his strong willpower, there was even a strong possibility that she would have fucked him. Unfaithful man. Empress Wanxing scolded in her mind. However, she instantly chided her own thoughts. Was this man worthy of being her husband? No way. She humphed and said, or else. Perhaps you wanted to remember them and have more fantasies about me? Oh, she's truly not cute at all. She's far too haughty. Ling Han sighed in his mind. Being beautiful indeed gave one the right to be whimsical. Although she had thrown a barb at him, he couldn't dislike her no matter what. He nodded in his mind. He definitely had to keep his distance from this stunning beauty. Otherwise, he would genuinely lose himself to her. Ling Han and Empress Wanxing both remained silent and lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, under the manipulation of Notionless Saint, a starship surprisingly appeared within the large tomb. Although Notionless Saint had been severely wounded, and even had his saintly origin stolen, he had still been a saint after all. He had made many preparations before his death, This hidden starship being one of them had prepared this for his future disciple. However, it was possible for him to live a second life now, so of course he took this starship out to use now. This was a small starship, and it was only fitted with a small number of defensive formations. These formations were used to deal with meteoroids or black holes that suddenly appeared in the galaxy. They didn't possess any offensive ability. The starship was too small, after all, so it was impossible to carve too many formations onto it. Nothing could have been done about this. Notionless Saint had only prepared this in the moments before his death, so what time did he have to make things perfect? He returned to the Black Tower after summoning the starship. Only his divine sense was left right now, and he had even refined his own saintly might. Thus, it was impossible for him to stay alone in the outside world for too long. Instead, it was necessary for him to attach himself to external objects such as the reincarnation tree. Not only would this allow him to live on, but it would even allow him to live on better. This was a godly tree that required 12 trillion years to grow. Could its effects not be spectacular? Relying on the preparations that he had left, it was still possible for him to suppress the heavenly body tier elites in this large tomb. In fact, it was even possible for him to suppress weaker eternal river tier elites. Once he left this large tomb, however, he would merely be a damaged soul that had refined his own saintly might, no less. In other words, he would pose absolutely no threat. Apart from giving Ling Han some suggestions, he could do absolutely sh*t all. Meanwhile, Ling Han and Empress Luan Xing were both sitting inside the starship. There were no resting rooms or anything of the sort, and there was only a single cabin. However, this cabin was definitely bigger than Ling Han's cloud-piercing shuttle. It was able to fit around 10 people. The atmosphere was quite delicate, with neither of them speaking to each other. However, they were stuck in a small space after all, so Ling Han could still smell the mesmerizing bodily fragrance of the Empress. This filled his body with desire. He had seen the Empress' true appearance before, and he had even experienced intimate contact with her as well. This allowed his imagination to run wild. "Don't let your imagination run wild," Empress Luan Xing suddenly said in reprimand. Ling Han rolled his eyes. "So, you even know what's going on in my mind?" He smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I won't think about that anymore." "You're still thinking about that?" Empress Luan Xing said in accusation. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Oh really?" After seeing the seductive and charming side of this Empress, it was extremely hard for him to fear her anymore. His only complaint was that this Empress was mighty, seductive, pure, and stunningly beautiful, yet for some reason didn't possess the adorable charm of a girl. If she were to flirt with him in a sweet and adorable voice, it was extremely likely that he wouldn't be able to control himself, even with his strong willpower. Empress Luan Xing seethed with anger. This man actually showed her no respect at all. He had revolted. She was fuming and she felt an urge to suppress Ling Han. However, she was instantly surprised by her own thoughts. Her emotions had actually been affected by a dirty man? Crap, it was all over. After experiencing intimate contact with that man, she couldn't wipe him from her mind anymore. This result was partly because she had remained too pure before. Otherwise, why would Ling Han be etched so deeply in her mind? They hadn't done anything truly sexual after all. The starship continued through the galaxy. They didn't experience any accidents or disasters that were common in the galaxy, and thus they arrived back at the Joint Peace Planet in just a few days' time. Fortunately, neither the Eternity Sky Majestic Empire nor the Jade Drop Majestic Empire had attacked the Chaotic Stars Majestic Empire during the 2 years that Empress Luan Xing had been absent. This was understandable though. After all, how were they to know that Empress Luan Xing had only just returned? However, Ling Han was feeling quite pissed off. This was because the Majestic Heaven Sect had already finished selecting disciples a year ago. In other words, he had already lost his opportunity to go. His 3 brothers, as well as Helian Tianyun and his disciple Ding Ping, had all successfully entered the Majestic Heaven Sect and gone to the Flying Cloud Planet. He had also heard that the Rain Emperor and Ding Ping had been granted the status of a so-called Seed One. As such, they would enjoy special treatment and priority nurturing from the sect. In addition to them, Shui Yinyu had also successfully entered the sect. Although she wasn't especially outstanding, her age combined with her cultivation level was sufficient for her to qualify into the sect. It was just that she couldn't become a seed. The new disciples of the Majestic Heaven Sect were divided into 3 category seeds: outstanding disciples and ordinary disciples. Thus, excluding the 2 seeds, the Rain Emperor and Ding Pinghelian Tianyun and Feng Piyun were both granted the status of outstanding disciple. Meanwhile, Murong Qing and Shui Yanyu were both ordinary disciples. As for Ling Han, where should he go next? Chapter 1130, Setting Off for the Majestic Heaven Sect. The Majestic Heaven Sect was extremely powerful. Although it didn't wish to dominate the surrounding planets, there was a great elite at the Eternal River tier watching over the sect. As such, it wasn't afraid to retaliate against those who provoked it. It could be said that the Majestic Heaven Sect could casually reject to accept a disciple, even if it were Empress Luan Xing who personally requested the Majestic Heaven Sect to accept them. In any case, the relationship between Ling Han and Empress Luan Xing wasn't that great anyway. Because Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner had refined some mountain river stones before, the combination of their age and their cultivation level qualified them as prodigies. Thus, they were also accepted into the Majestic Heaven Sect as ordinary disciples. Almost all of Ling Han's friends had left the imperial capital and headed off to the Majestic Heaven Sect. Ling Han started to mull over his next move. Where is Ling Han? A majestic and dignified voice sounded outside his residence. This was Chu Qiushue, the great commander of the Imperial Guards. Ling Han was slightly surprised. This great commander only answered to Empress Luan Xing. The fact that she had come here signified that Empress Luan Xing had issued an imperial decree. TSK, how pompous. You embraced me and tried to sate your lust with my body, yet you're sending an underling to deliver a message now? He opened his door and walked out, only to see that Chu Qiushue was dressed in a full suit of armor. There was a hint of might to her beauty, and she was like a radiant flower that blossomed among the army. It was a shame that this radiant flower only listened to the commands of Empress Luan Xing. Ling Han had never heard any rumors about her liking a man, and it was extremely likely that she was mesmerized by the Empress, so much so that she had forgotten her own identity as a female. Ling Han clasped his hands in salute and said, "My respects to the great commander." As a fellow official of the Majestic Empire, he didn't have to kneel as long as Chu Qiushue didn't insist on it. There was a strange look in Chu Qiushue's eyes as she gazed at Ling Han. He was such an ordinary man, so how was he worthy of being the recipient of the Empress' imperial decree twice? So be it if he had been the recipient of the first imperial decree. The Empress had needed to borrow his achievements to put the officials and nobility back in their place. However, the imperial decree this time was completely for a private matter. When did he become acquainted with Her Majesty? No matter how Chu Qiushue guessed, she would never fathom that the Empress had actually lived with Ling Han for the entire 2 years that she had been missing. Moreover, there had been some extremely intimate moments between them. She would definitely go crazy if she were to learn of this. Her Majesty asked me to deliver this to you. She handed a letter to him and said, "This is a letter penned by Her Majesty for the 9th King. Her Majesty wants you to deliver this to the 9th King, and as long as the 9th King is willing, Her Majesty said that you can become her follower. That way you can also cultivate in the Majestic Heaven Sect." Ling Han was astonished by her words, so much so that he forgot to accept the letter. Only when Chu Qiushue coughed loudly did he come back to his senses and accept the letter. "I'll take my leave now." Chu Qiushue looked at Ling Han deeply before turning around to leave. She couldn't understand why Her Majesty wanted Ling Han to deliver the letter. Not only that, but Her Majesty had even sent her over to deliver the message. Ling Han was astonished because he knew that the 9th King had already been accepted as a disciple by the Majestic Heaven Sect, and had already gone to the Flying Cloud planet. Moreover, that unreliable 9th King had actually been chosen as a seed. Although Empress Luan Xing said that she wanted him to deliver a letter, she was, in effect, also opening a back door for him to enter the Majestic Heaven Sect, albeit as a follower of the 9th King. In the Majestic Heaven Sect, only seeds were allowed to have followers who could cultivate in the sect. Although these followers couldn't receive the resources of the sect, they could follow their masters, and listen to the lectures on the great Tao given by great elites. Moreover, Venerable Trinity himself would occasionally give tips to the seeds. Thus, although followers were mere servants, an astounding number of prodigies still fought tooth and nail to win a spot of a follower. Empress Luan Xing wasn't influential enough to have the Majestic Heaven Sect break their rules and accept Ling Han as a disciple. However, she used another method to open a door for Ling Han. Ling Han sounded especially narcissistic as he mumbled to himself, "Diske, it looks like I'm quite charismatic, huh? Even the Empress has been mesmerized by me. Should I accept this offer?" Ling Han pondered over this for a moment. In the end, he decided to accept Empress Luan Xing's act of goodwill. His 3 brothers, his disciple and his lover were all at the Majestic Heaven Sect. In addition, his enemies in Zhao Luan and Sha Yuan had also gone to the Majestic Heaven Sect. If he stayed in the imperial capital, what could he do apart from teasing the Empress? However, was it easy to tease the Empress? Ling Han made some preparations. He sold all of the alchemical pills he owned, and then used the true origin stones that he received to purchase a large number of materials. He couldn't give up on alchemy. The demonic power source was close to being used up, so it was impossible for him to maintain his rapid speed of cultivation. Thus, it was necessary for him to return to his old path of using alchemy to support cultivation. Half a month passed, and Ling Han decided to visit Old Man Su first. After that, he left the Joint Peace Planet and head to the Flying Cloud Planet on Notionless Saint's starship. Why couldn't he use his cloud-piercing shuttle? The lack of defensive formations was only part of the problem. The more important problem was that his cloud-piercing shuttle lacked galactic coordinates. There was no sense of up, down, left, or right in the vast galaxy, so how could one determine where they were headed? Galactical coordinates were the key to navigation. However, these coordinates would only be useful when paired with star charts. In addition, these star charts could only be displayed with the help of extremely large formations. Thus, it was basically impossible for small shuttles such as the cloud-piercing shuttle to navigate through the galaxy. If Ling Han were to attempt his journey with the cloud-piercing shuttle, there would only be one possible outcome: he would become lost in the vast galaxy. If he were lucky, perhaps he would make it to an unfamiliar planet after hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the condition was that he had enough true origin stones to fuel the cloud-piercing shuttle. Otherwise, the cloud-piercing shuttle would become no different from other ordinary shuttles. Ling Han steered the starship. This didn't require much technique or skill. There was only a formation, and the starship would fly by itself after the galactic coordinates were entered and the true origin stones were inserted. Only when the starship came across unexpected events such as asteroids or planetary explosions would one need to physically steer it away from the predetermined route. Ling Han entered the boundless galaxy. Most of the time he would simply comprehend Tao under the reincarnation tree. He would only leave the Black Tower occasionally in order to check on the situation and see whether there was any risk of accidents. It would take a long 3 months to get to the Flying Cloud Planet. Ling Han was currently sitting under the reincarnation tree, and Notionless Saint was imparting his cultivation knowledge to Qin Yi, Yuan Chenghe, and the others. He genuinely had nothing else to do right now, being a damaged soul and all. He obviously couldn't cultivate, so this was his way of passing time. Ling Han listened from the side. This was the knowledge of a saint after all. Could the Majestic Heaven Sect compare to this? If he broke the news that there was a saint imparting his knowledge in the Black Tower, even Eternal River Tier grade elites such as Venerable Trinity would beg to enter, to say nothing of Heavenly Body Tier elites. It was impossible to describe the Great Tao with mere words. However, Notionless Saint had been a supreme elite once, so he naturally knew how to guide his students. This was analogous to how a black hole couldn't be seen, but one could succeed in proving its existence through observing the light rays and celestial bodies that it absorbed. The guidance provided by Notionless Saint was similar to this. Through his profound yet simple explanations, Qin Yi and the others were able to attain all kinds of comprehensions. One had to remember that they were comprehending Tao under the reincarnation tree. Perhaps they couldn't grasp a concept in just one day, but what if they were given a year? Or even 10 years? Brat, even if I obtain a physical body in the future, I'm still going to cultivate in this place of yours, Notionless Saint said. It's an unparalleled treasure land. Under the reincarnation tree, 1 day's worth of cultivation was equivalent to 1 year's worth. Thus, even saints couldn't resist the appeal of cultivating here. No problem, Ling Han said with a nod. If Notionless Saint could recover fully, Ling Han would have gained another powerful helper, even if Notionless Saint were only a small saint. The Azura Demon Emperor couldn't help but admire and venerate his master even more. He had obtained the services of a saint just like that. If they were in the netherworld, this would be equivalent to obtaining the help of a demon master. He involuntarily tried to wag his tail. However, he was in human form right now, so there was no tail for him to wag. This displeased him greatly. He actually wasn't a dog anymore. How infuriating. Chapter 1131, Pinnacle Level of Mountain River Tier. The starship sailed soundlessly in the universe. Silent and peaceful. Shwa, all of a sudden a sword light flashed past. It was incredibly bright and condensed frightening divine patterns. In that instant, it lit up the surrounding stars, and even a distant sun paled in comparison. As this sword light swept past, the divine chains of regulations moved and a ripple formed. Pum. Unsurprisingly, the starship was instantly smashed into smithereens. This was a small starship, and its defenses could only reach the peak stage of Sun-Moon tier at most. Meanwhile, that strike previously was shockingly at the level of Heavenly Body tier. A human figure appeared in thin air, entwined all over with the air of primal chaos. It was indistinguishable whether it was even male or female, a tall or short figure. He stood in the galaxy and began a close observation. He seemed to be still worried, and examined every broken piece of the starship to confirm that there was not the slightest sliver of life in them. After this, he waved out a hand and summoned out a small starship, which he then steered and left. In the galaxy, the ripples returned to their initial peaceful state, and returned to the state of dead silence. After a day, that small starship actually appeared once more. After circling around once in the area, it finally left. How cautious. Ling Han uttered darkly inside the Black Tower. When the starship had been attacked, he just happened to be in the Black Tower, and so did not even have to make the move to hide. When he found out this assaulter was an extremely careful person, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he patiently waited in here. True enough, the attacker made an unexpected return. This kind of caution was truly fearful. "Brat, you seem to have offended a great many people," Notionless Saint said. He had already heard from Ling Han about how the starship had been attacked. "It is not seem, but a fact." Ling Han cracked a grin. "However, not too long after, I would be able to push back and seize every single person that wants to harm me. Then, I shall let them suffer the consequences of their own actions." These words seemed very boastful, but Notionless Saint could not find any way to refute him. With a precious treasure like the reincarnation tree, Ling Han was indeed right to be proud. Wasn't it clear that even he was moved, and desired to comprehend Tao underneath this tree? Ling Han was deducing the identity of his attacker. It could be the Dark Night Hall and could also be others. However, there were only so many elites of Heavenly Body tier on the Joint Peace planet. As long as he possessed enough power, he could completely seek out these people. After identifying their respective aura, he would be able to confirm their identity. Every single elite possessed a unique presence that belonged to them alone, and it was very, very hard for another to imitate it. Still, how should we now go to the Flying Cloud planet? Ling Han was feeling awkward. After having lost the galactic coordinates, it was really like he had entered into a colossal maze. Furthermore, there was not the slightest bit of upgrade, and he could only depend on blind guessing completely. The price of this was time, naturally. Perhaps when he really stepped on the land of the Flying Cloud planet, it would be a few decades or even a few centuries later. No matter what, I have to try my luck. Previously, the starship had already traveled for more than 2 months and was not too far away from the Flying Cloud planet, so there should be a chance. Ling Han took out the cloud-piercing shuttle, and tried his best to identify the correct direction before beginning his intergalactic journey. This time he was really traveling blindly. A month later, the Flying Cloud planet was still far from reach, and he had completely no idea where it even was. Ling Han sighed repeatedly. He had not relaxed throughout this month, and added with the 2 months that he had traveled previously, the majority of his time was spent comprehending Tao underneath the reincarnation tree to accumulate comprehension and form the fifth mountain river. Now, his comprehension was already very deep, but on the matter of finding the Flying Cloud planet, he seemed to have slipped into a dead end. Another half a month later, his comprehension was already adequate. After all, Notionless Saint was by his side to supply consultation, and he also had the support of the demonic power source. If I was about to break through. Not to Sun-Moon tier but the Pinnacle of Mountain River tier. Was it fast? Not in the slightest. It should be known that Ling Han possessed the reincarnation tree, and from the moment they left the large galactic tomb, he had already comprehended over 100 years' worth. If he could still manage to comprehend the secrets of forming the fifth mountain river with this, he could not possibly do so in the future. Ling Han put away the cloud-piercing shuttle and stood proudly in the galaxy. Long. The heavenly tribulation arrived as expected. This was a power that was most omnipotent. Nothing could possibly prevent the arrival of the tribulation. Ling Han sighed. Only a year had passed and he would have to experience a hell-like torture again. Godly bones shatter. He took the initiative to shatter his godly bones to let them be tempered under the heavenly tribulation. Level 4 and Level 5 godly metal appeared to only have the gap of a single level, but even a 9-star genius at the peak stage of Mountain River tier would not be able to match a Sun Moon tier cultivator that had just broken through. Similarly, there existed a massive gulf between Level 4 and Level 5 godly metal. Previously, Ling Han's physique could only be considered in between Level 4 and Level 5 godly metal, and only after experience another tempering like such would he be able to reach the level of Mountain River tier. He nodded internally. If he did not cultivate to the pinnacle of all 5 major tiers, his physique would not be able to reach the strongest level in existence. Just thinking of that was too frightening. Even if he was weak, even the Saint King could do nothing against him. However, the indestructible heaven scroll had not been his creation, so even if he was the second person to cultivate this cultivate, what about the first? That elite must have died, which was why the Black Tower had been searching for a new master. The creator must have cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll to the pinnacle, yet he had still died. This meant that the pinnacle of the indestructible heaven scroll was not the pinnacle of cultivation, which was why it could be shattered by a stronger power. Ling Han gathered his scattered thoughts. He was still very far away from the peak of cultivation, so there was still no need for him to consider such matters as of yet. All the godly bones in his body were shattered. The smaller the particles they had shattered into, the more complete the tempering from the heavenly tribulation would be. There would definitely still be a difference for 2 masses of level 5 godly metal, just like how the low extreme could still be categorized into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. If he was going to this, he would do his best or he would not do it at all. Long. Thunder rang out loudly in the void. The regulations of heaven and earth in the galaxy were very weak, and even Mountain River tier cultivators were capable of flight. Furthermore, the space was very easily destroyed. With the havoc wreaked by lightning bolts as long as 30,000 meters, this place seemed to have become an incredibly bright sea of lightning. Even Ling Han felt that the tribulation this time round was out of the ordinary, and was much more powerful compared to the times before. The 5th Mountain River, the true pinnacle, was not allowed by the heavens. After half a day, the heavenly tribulation disappeared and peace resumed. Meanwhile, Ling Han was standing quietly and learning through experience. Unlike previously, his power had not soared. Instead, a door had been opened to him, allowing him to further improve his power, spiking it up to the height of 7, 8, 9, or even 10 stars. But how many stars he could actually reach would depend on his natural talent and comprehension abilities and how far he could cultivate the 5th Mountain River. In the distance, a weak light flickered, and he saw a starship heading straight for him. Subconsciously, Ling Han thought of hiding in the Black Tower, but he immediately realized that this was not that attacker from before, but rather his savior. Most probably, the commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation previously had been too large, and thus attracted this starship, which purposely turned around to see what was going on. Great, now he finally didn't have to run around madly in the galaxy any further. Ling Han cracked a grin. Good news really followed one after another. He drew out a change appearance pill, which he then consumed. Chapter 1132, Majestic Heaven Sect. The starship arrived near Ling Han but did not stop. It merely slowed down. When the starship was started, it would expend the largest number of true origin stones. Thus, even if they were willing to allow Ling Han to come aboard, there was completely no need for them to deliberately stop the starship. They merely had to slow down. Ling Han shot over. The starship did not stretch out its defenses, but this was very normal. With no danger anywhere, what was the point of pulling out the defense shield? It would be a complete waste of true origin stones. He landed on the deck and there were already 3 men waiting for him there. "How may I address you?" one man asked. He was an elite of Sun Moon tier, his aura powerful, forming a suppression in terms of pure level. At first he was very cautious, but when he sensed that Ling Han's aura was only of Mountain River tier, he immediately relaxed. Ling Han clasped his fists together in greeting and said, "My name is Han Lin. Previously, I encountered galactic pirates and managed to fortunately escape. However, now that I have lost my starship, I am unable to progress to my destination. Thankfully, you all came across me and saved me." Since that assaulter thought he had succeeded, why shouldn't he temporarily keep his identity secret, and gain an environment in which he could be allowed to peacefully grow? "So it is young friend Han." The man nodded. Though he was not sure of the authenticity of Ling Han's words, if he claimed that he had been purposely waiting for them here, and laid a trap or something, he was not about to believe that. After all, the galaxy was too massive, so who would be able to grasp the ship route of another? "Where are you heading to, young friend?" he asked again. "Flying Cloud Planet," Ling Han replied. The man couldn't help but smile and said, "Then it is really coincidental. We are also heading to the Flying Cloud Planet, so we shall bring you along with us, young friend." "Many thanks," Ling Han quickly said. In this immortal realm, where power meant everything, it was actually very rare for an elite to be amicable to others. The man waved him off and had one of his subordinates bring Ling Han below deck to rest. Ling Han exchanged conventional greetings with that person, and found out that this was the tradeship of the Mo clan. That large man previously was named Mo Gu, and was a core person of the Mo clan. The Mo clan was based on the southern plentiful planet, but because it was dealing in the intergalactic trading of goods, they also had a branch on various major planets and in major majestic empires, which caused the standing of the Mo clan to be very extraordinary. If the southern plentiful majestic empire wanted to harm them, all they had to do was switch location, and begin turning their new home into a new base. On this trip, they were delivering a large amount of goods to the Flying Cloud Planet. It was really a coincidence. They had only veered off their initial flight route to take a look because Ling Han's heavenly tribulation had attracted them. Ling Han made a note of this favor secretly in his heart. When they lent him a helping hand, they might not have thought of asking him to repay the favor, but if he was really ungrateful, then he was really not a man. He had indeed veered far off from the flight route from the Joint Peace Planet to the Flying Cloud Planet. However, his luck was not too bad as he was not too far away from the Flying Cloud Planet. Thus, they merely had to travel for about another 7 days, and the starship would be able to land on the Flying Cloud Planet. Naturally, it was impossible that Mo Gu, as an elite of Sun Moon tier, would take note of a minor character like Ling Han. In the following 7 days he had not paid Ling Han a visit, and only when the starship landed and they disembarked, did Ling Han finally see him again. He once again expressed his thanks to the latter. Ling Han bought a map in the city, and, according to the map, realized that he was not far off from the Majestic Heaven Sect. There were actually only 2 majestic empires on the Flying Cloud Planet, the Four Seas Majestic Empire and the Great Heaven Majestic Empire. Furthermore, the territories of these 2 majestic empires added together were not as large as the territory occupied by the Majestic Heaven Sect. There was nothing to be done. Though Venerable Trinity had clearly expressed that they had no interest in taking over the world, it was a fact that the Majestic Heaven Sect had occupied such an expansive territory. How could the 2 majestic empires dare to attack them for the purpose of obtaining more territory? On the other hand, it was already quite good that the majestic empires were allowed to exist. Moreover, if the territory of an Eternal River tier elite was even smaller than Heavenly Body tier, how could it be acceptable? Thus, the current situation was something that all sides could accept and were satisfied with. Ling Han was presently in the Great Heaven Majestic Empire, and there was about a month's journey from here to the gates of the Majestic Heaven Sect, the Heavenly Wind Mountain. And this was taking into account the speed of the cloud-piercing shuttle. If it was him using his own legs to travel, that would take half a year at least. Let's set out. Ling Han took out the cloud-piercing shuttle, and set off towards the Majestic Heaven Sect. 7 days later, he had entered into the territory of the Majestic Heaven Sect, but it was only after another 20-odd days that he finally arrived at the mountain gates of the Majestic Heaven Sect. No wonder it was called the Majestic Heaven Sect. In front of him, there was a mountain peak so high that it towered into the clouds. Even if he activated the Eye of Truth, he could not see the peak. It was probably tens of thousands of meters tall, at least. This was the main peak of the Heavenly Wind Mountain's cloud-piercing peak. Aside from the main peak, there were 7 other subsidiary peaks. Similarly, they were extremely tall, but they were appropriately located, so there was not a single mountain peak that was as tall as another. Now that he had arrived here, he could not travel around with the cloud-piercing shuttle as he liked. Ling Han steered the cloud-piercing shuttle into a descent and put it away. Then he began to travel on foot. This was an important territory of the Majestic Heaven Sect, and there were a great many places where no entry was allowed, and where various restrictions were set up. There were also disciples of the sect responsible for regular patrols. Ling Han was not here to swindle or cheat, so he had absolutely no intention of using the Black Tower to enter into forbidden territory. Instead, he traveled along the main path and arrived at the foot of a subsidiary peak. After he made some queries, he found out that outsiders usually were not allowed to trespass into the main peak and 7 subsidiary peaks. However, it was a different case in these few days. There were a few seated disciples in the sect that were currently recruiting followers, which had attracted a great many people to come and apply for the position. Previously, it had already been explained. Only seated disciples were qualified to recruit followers, and if one became a follower, aside from being unable to gain any resources for cultivation, there was actually no difference in their treatment and the treatment of official disciples. They could even listen from the sidelines when the seated disciple was being taught by Venerable Trinity. How massive was that kind of lure? Discounting those who did not manage to enter into the Majestic Heaven Sect, even inside the Majestic Heaven Sect itself, there were a great many ordinary disciples that strived with their all to become the followers of some seated disciples. Moreover, it was definite that every seed would definitely become a supreme elite. They would be in existence at the consummate level of Sun Moon tier at least, since the barrier to the heavenly body tier was really too hard to breach. However, wasn't the consummate level of Sun Moon tier awesome enough? If they could rely on their help and stay by the side of such elites, it would be of extremely great help to their future development. In short, the foot of one of the subsidiary peaks, White Cloud Peak, was currently packed with people. They all longed to become the followers of one of the seeds. Every seed could only possess 3 followers at most. Naturally, that was not enough to satisfy the masses, and it was something that they would be fighting desperately over. Stand aside, stand aside. A commotion was heard from behind them. For men were clearing the path, and behind them, there was a gloomy-looking young man. His vitality was strong, so he was indeed very young, but his cultivation level had shockingly reached the consummate level of the Mountain River tier, which was very astonishing. Who is this? Being so arrogant and overbearing, could it be a key disciple? Someone nearby asked. You don't even know who he is. Why should I know him? He is Zhang Tong, Lord Yanghao's follower. What Yanghao? You mean that super genius who had used a mere 600 years to reach Sun Moon tier, that Lord Yanghao? Of course. Yes. Still, however awesome it is Lord Yang, so what does it have to do with him? You don't know, right? Zhang Tong had once been a key disciple of the Majestic Heaven Sect, and purposely surrendered this identity to follow Lord Yang. At the time many people said he was dumb, but what about now? There are even some seated prodigies that wish to follow Lord Yang. Unfortunately, Lord Yang is completely disdainful of them. What is it real? As they spoke, those 4 people in charge of clearing the path had walked to stand behind Ling Han. The others had all obediently allowed them to pass, which made Ling Han appear very prominent. Chapter 1133, An Arrogant Follower. Brat, didn't you hear us tell you to get lost? The 4 men humphed coldly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, You're quite pompous for people with weak abilities. What? One man walked forward. Do you have any idea who my young master is? Oh, who is it? Ling Han asked, smiling. He really couldn't care less. Zhang Tong, young master Tong, this man declared proudly as if he himself was that Zhang Tong. Ling Han gave an "oh," and continued, So going by that logic, you are the lapdog of a lapdog, the so-called second dog. You, the man pointed furiously at Ling Han. Are you tired of living? Oh, so this is how the Majestic Heaven Sect treats guests? Ling Han asked. Wrong, we are not the disciples of the Majestic Heaven Sect, and thus have no need to be restricted by the rules of the sect, this man said sinisterly. Then he snapped his fingers. Brothers, let us give this guy a profound lesson. He. The other 3 men stepped out, each staring at Ling Han like they were hungry wolves that had caught sight of a little rabbit. After Ling Han had formed his 5th Mountain River tier, his aura became reserved. His whole person became as profoundly deep as the ocean, and it was very difficult to distinguish exactly how strong he was. Furthermore, It had already been a month ago since he had broken through to the pinnacle of Mountain River tier. Presently his power had advanced to 7 stars. 7 stars of power above the peak of Mountain River tier. What kind of notion was that? He took a look at Zhang Tong and asked, "These dogs of yours are barking madly, and you are not planning to take them to heel?" Beat all the teeth out of his mouth. Zhang Tong commanded icily, his expression changing. At first he had not cared about Ling Han. So what if they had beaten this kind of minor character? He could not even bother to give him a second look. So what if he was arrogant? As a follower of Lord Jianghu, why couldn't he be arrogant? It had to be known that Venerable Trinity had the intention to take Jianghu as a personal disciple. If Jianghu actually became the personal disciple of an elite of the Eternal River tier, so what if he decided to do as he liked in the Majestic Heaven Sect? He. The 4 lapdogs all laughed coldly. Zhang Tong himself was an overbearing person, and they were used to acting arrogant by his side. They had absolutely no idea what the word reserved meant. Those around them quickly stepped back, fearing that they would be dragged in. That was Zhang Tong, who would dare to bother with other people's business like this. Furthermore, they were not disciples of the Majestic Heaven Sect, so what basis did they have to interfere in this matter? Humph, what intolerable bullies. Just at this moment, a woman in green leaped out of the crowd. "You are all merely a bunch of lackeys, and you still dare to be so arrogant." Zhang Tong took one look at her and couldn't help but look stunned. She was actually an exquisite beauty. Her hair fell like waterfall and she had a complexion fairer than snow. Her features were incredibly delicate, especially those large eyes. It was as if they could speak and were filled with the mischief of a young girl. His heart throbbed involuntarily and he asked, "Miss, how may I address you? What do you care who I am? I cannot bear to see bullies who like to bully others as they like." The beauty in green declared with her head held high like a proud swan. "Junior sister." Another man forced his way out. His figure was tall and he was amazingly sturdy. However, he did not appear overbearing. Instead, he gave off a cowering vibe. On one side, he bowed repeatedly towards Zhang Tong and his 4 lackeys as he said, "Apologies, apologies. This is my junior sister disciple. She is rash in her speech and actions, so please do not fault her. Please bear with her." As everyone watched this, they all shook their heads secretly. The personalities of these 2 fellow disciples were really 2 extremes of the spectrum. One disdained evil like it was her personal enemy, while the other was cowardly and timid. Yet Zhang Tong smirked coldly. "With just an apology and asking me to bear with her, you think you can stay out of this matter?" "That. Young Master Zhang, what do you want to do?" the sturdy man asked. "Since you have offended me, you naturally have to make amends and apologize. Why don't we go have a drink and chat at the heavenly distant restaurant later?" Zhang Tong's eyes were fixed on the beauty in green, his heart itching. The masses naturally understood in a flash. As men, how could they not read between the lines? Zhang Tong wanted to have that woman. The sturdy man was hesitant. "Senior brother, he is only a lackey. Why do we have to be afraid of him?" the beauty in green asked, fuming. "Junior sister, how many times have I told you? Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble." Sigh. The sturdy man sighed, but just as the masses thought that he was about to compromise, he suddenly boldly went into an attack posture and declared, "No one can humiliate my junior sister." At this instant, he really had an awe-inspiring presence, without the slightest bit of cowardice from before. Zhang Tong couldn't help but laugh loudly and said, "So it turns out you're an idiot. Apprehend him." He stretched out a finger to point at the large man. He was sure that as long as this person was apprehended, this beauty in green would definitely be his to order around as he desired. Now that the 4 lackeys had received their command, they would naturally not have the time to deal with Ling Han. Instead, they pounced at the sturdy man like wolves. Previously, the tall man had looked like he was afraid of trouble, but when it really came to a point when there was no retreat, he revealed his fierce side. With a shake of his fists, he slammed them together. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of power was created. His fists swelled. Previously they had only been the size of clay basins. Though they were still big, it was still within normal range, but now they were at least 3 times bigger than the head. They had also turned an ash color, flickering with a metallic light. His arms also waved, like they were waves of water. The ripples continued from the wrist to his shoulder, and after every ripple, there would be another divine pattern added to his fists, and they became even stronger than before. What kind of martial arts technique was this? It was quite interesting. Ling Han watched from the sidelines. He was in no rush to interfere. Xiao, the 4 lackeys had already pounced over and they each made their move. Pung 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 pung. The sturdy man delivered a punch at an incredibly fast pace. He actually managed to unleash 4 punches in a single instant, and exchanged a blow with each of the 4 lackeys. He seemed to have become a spring and was filled with elasticity. Thus, after he had shot out a punch, he made use of the rebound to quickly deliver the second punch. Ling Han watched closely. With every punch, one of the divine patterns on the tall man's fists would disappear, and his battle prowess would decline slightly. Interesting, the power of his punches would be weakened with the increasing number of times he delivered punches. However, he only had to pause for a while, and the power of his punches would again become stronger. His battle prowess fluctuated indefinitely. The sturdy man's cultivation level was in the late stage of the low extreme of mountain river tier. Out of those 4 lackeys, 3 were on the same level as he, and the last was even stronger as he had reached the peak stage of the low extreme. Hence, the first punch from the large man was finally aimed at that person in the peak of the low extreme. This was his strongest blow. After a while, not only those watching from the sidelines could see everything clearly, but realization also dawned on even those 4 henchmen. Speed up the attack, don't allow him to have a chance to recover the power in his punch. The attacks of the 4 came faster and faster, causing the sturdy man to deliver punches as much as they could. In this manner, even if the divine patterns on his fists would recover automatically, the rate of recovery would be far from catching up to the rate in which they were expended, so his attack power would naturally decline. I will not allow you to bully my senior brother. The beauty in green drew her sword, anger filling her expression. Chapter 1134. Ling Han's reaction. Miss, everyone's only sparring. There's no need to make such a fuss, Zhang Tong said with a smile. He pressed his hand outward, and the beauty in green trembled uncontrollably as if she had been struck by a heavy pressure. She was barely able to maintain her balance. Zhang Tong was at the consummate level of the mountain river tier, while the beauty in green was only at the early stage of the low extreme. The difference in their cultivation level was like an insurmountable gulf. Junior sister, the sturdy man cried in alarm. However, the 4 lackeys had already found a way to counter his battle technique and thus suppress him. That being the case, how could he help the beauty in green? Is this really the Majestic Heaven Sect? Someone murmured softly. How can their disciples be so arrogant? There's nothing we can do about this. Whose fault is it that we're not disciples of the Majestic Heaven Sect? Even if the Majestic Heaven Sect wants to manage things, they'll only manage affairs internal to the sect. Sigh, I can't bear to watch on. Say, the most detestable person is actually that brat. It was clearly him who caused this matter, yet he's standing there and watching on as if this has nothing to do with him. That's right, that brat is abominable. Many people directed their anger at Ling Han. They felt that he was an ungrateful wretch. Those 2 had clearly stepped out to help him, yet how did he react? He casually walked aside and acted as if the fight had nothing to do with him. Ling Han naturally heard their comments. However, he simply ignored them and acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He wanted to gauge the potential of the sturdy man. He wanted to see whether he could find an opportunity to turn the tables on the lackeys. If he couldn't, he would be nothing more than just a reckless brute. Junior sister. The sturdy man continued to shout. His concern for her couldn't be more obvious. Senior brother, don't mind me, the beauty in green said with much difficulty. She was under immense pressure, and just saying this sentence caused her breathing to become labored. The sturdy man was enraged and his black hair instantly stood on ends. A golden halo rose from beneath his feet before surging above his head and vanishing into the air. However, an additional 10 divine patterns materialized on his fists. His power climbed to an incredible level. Pung 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 pung. The 4 lackeys wailed in agony as they were instantly sent flying. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. He was rendered a bit speechless by the sturdy man's actions. He had wanted to see how the sturdy man would deal with the desperate situation. In Ling Han's opinion, battles couldn't be won purely through brute strength. However, the sturdy man had proven otherwise in this case, unleashing his brute strength to the extreme. If increasing his divine patterns by 1 at a time wasn't enough, he would increase them by 10 at a time. Doing this would definitely place a huge burden on the sturdy man. However, he appeared especially mighty at this moment, and there was almost an aura of invincibility about him. "Release my junior sister," the sturdy man roared. He charged toward Zhang Tong. "Humph, what a fool." Zhang Tong raised his arm and made a pressing action toward the sturdy man. Wang. His origin power formed into countless lengths of chains that intertwined into a net and enveloped the sturdy man. The difference in their cultivation level was far too large. In fact, even Ling Han would be no match for a consummate-level cultivator if he were suppressed back to the low extreme. Only 10-star geniuses would be able to achieve such a feat. They were freaks, and their battle prowess would be on par with the late stage of the consummate level once they advanced to the low extreme. Senior brother. Senior brother. The beauty in green cried in alarm. "Don't worry, I won't hurt him too much." Zhang Tong chuckled and said, "Miss, can you tell me your name now?" The beauty in green glowered at Zhang Tong, an unyielding look on her face. Zhang Tong wasn't angered by her answer, or rather the lack thereof. He turned to the 4 lackeys who had just crawled up and said, "Beat that person however he just beat you for." A sinister smile appeared on their faces and they answered, "Understood, young Master Tong." "Don't?" The beauty in green's expression changed drastically. "How can this person be so despicable?" Zhang Tong laughed loudly and said, "Miss, your name." This beauty in green was clearly a young lady who had barely any life experience. Thus, he naturally had a stranglehold on her. "I am called." The beauty in green kept her eyes wide open in an attempt to stop her tears from falling. She felt extremely vexed and angry. "Ha." Ling Han finally stepped forward and said, "How can this lady's name be revealed to such a low life? Won't that be an insult to this lady's name?" He stopped the beauty in green from speaking. Zhang Tong's expression darkened. He had already gained full control of the situation, yet his rhythm was actually ruined by this brat. He humphed coldly and said, "What are you four waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." He squinted his eyes as a malicious killing intent rose from his body. Did they really think that he didn't dare to kill them? How naive. The Majestic Heaven Sect wasn't a charity, and these people were more so not disciples of the sect. As such, their deaths would be completely meaningless. The 4 lackeys had just suffered a beating at the hands of the sturdy man, and this had left them feeling ashamed and humiliated. However, the appearance of Ling Han gave them a chance to win their face back. They didn't think that Ling Han was strong, and the 4 of them slowly encircled him. "This brat is finally showing some backbone. It's useless though. So what if he can defeat those 4 people? Zhang Tong's already at the consummate level of the Mountain River tier. How many people in the younger generation can defeat him? Indeed. The genuine prodigies have already been accepted into the Majestic Heaven Sect. Moreover, Zhang Tong had been a key disciple back in the day and he was also a prodigy among prodigies. When battling against those at the same cultivation level, only the seeds were able to defeat him. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment. The result of this battle was already decided. However, who told this brat to be so blind that he challenged Zhang Tong? Everything would have been fine if he had just moved aside for Zhang Tong. It wasn't as if he would lose a chunk of his flesh or anything. The 4 lackeys each lunged over from a different direction. Their expressions were sinister, and it was clear that they all had a large amount of blood on their hands. Ling Han shook his head. He then raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Shio 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 shio. 4 bursts of sword chi surged outward. Although he had simply formed these using his fingers, these 4 bursts of sword chi possessed a supreme might that made it feel as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Ling Han had used the power of regulations. While he had been in the large tomb, he had received inspiration from the sword strike that he had needed to decipher. He had pondered over it under the reincarnation tree, and now that so much time had passed, he had naturally developed a deeper understanding of it gradually. Now he only needed to snap his fingers, and his attacks would be filled with overwhelming sword intent. Not only that, but it would also contain the power of regulations. Pa 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 pa. There were 4 crisp cracks, and the heads of the 4 lackeys exploded at almost exactly the same moment. Their divine sense was instantly ripped to shreds. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. This youth looked to be fairly gentle and easygoing, yet his attack had been incredibly resolute and deadly. In fact, he hadn't even given the lackeys a chance to beg for their lives. Perhaps these 4 lackeys were completely insignificant. However, who was Zhang Tong? He was Yang Hao's follower and someone who had once been a key disciple. He could stay by Yang Hao's side, and as a result he could occasionally listen to lectures on the great Tao given by elites. Could his battle prowess not be terrifying? Although he hadn't reached the Sun Moon tier yet, he was definitely one of the strongest cultivators in the Mountain River tier. Sigh. Everyone shook their heads in pity. This youth was far too rash and he had clearly not considered the consequences. Initially he had every opportunity to protect himself. If he hadn't gone too far, Zhang Tong wouldn't necessarily go after him himself. But now, if Zhang Tong didn't kill Ling Han, what face would he have? Humph. I underestimated you. Zhang Tong said coldly. There was a piercing look in his eyes. He had sensed Ling Han's powerful strength the moment that he attacked. He definitely wasn't as ordinary as he looked. However, Zhang Tong was unafraid. He had been accepted as a key disciple before, and he had possessed a power of 5 almost 6 stars then. He was more so a follower of Yang Hao now, and he was thus able to listen to the explanations of Tao provided by great elites. As such, his battle prowess had naturally grown even stronger. He now possessed a battle prowess of 7 stars. Who could challenge him? Chapter 1135. There's always someone stronger. You're quite courageous, huh? You even dare to kill someone from the Majestic Heaven Sect. Zhang Tong said in a baleful voice. Ling Han shook his head while laughing loudly and said, Wrong. You're merely a lackey and the people I killed were lapdogs of a lackey. So, what does this have to do with the Majestic Heaven Sect? Zhang Tong faltered for a moment. Just then, it was his lackey who had said that the 5 of them weren't from the Majestic Heaven Sect. That being the case, the rules of the Majestic Heaven Sect naturally didn't apply to them. As such, what did it matter if they killed others? Now, however, Ling Han was using the words of his own lackey against him. It was just that Ling Han was far too unvirtuous. Every sentence he spoke was filled with the words lackey and lapdog. He stared at Ling Han and said, You're correct. If one is powerful enough, they can naturally do as they wish. However, if I decide to act, how many strikes of mine do you think you can block? Oh, are you very powerful? Ling Han picked his ears. He appeared as relaxed as he could be. Zhang Tong humphed and said, I'm at the peak stage of the Mountain River tier, and my power can surpass 5 stars. My battle prowess can surpass 7 stars. What? The surrounding onlookers clasped their heads in shock. Was this even possible? Even 5-star geniuses only existed in the legends. Yet, Zhang Tong claimed that just his power alone could already surpass 5 stars. His battle prowess was even more insane, and was able to surpass a whopping 7 stars. If this were true, why was he still a follower? He was definitely talented enough to become a seed. However, Ling Han knew that cultivation was like rowing a boat upstream. It would float backward if it didn't advance. Perhaps Zhang Tong possessed a power of 5 stars at the moment. However, there was no guarantee that he would be able to maintain this power of 5 stars after advancing to the Sun Moon tier. Perhaps his power would fall to 4 stars or maybe even 3 stars. This was similar to how Ling Han had formed 5 mountains and rivers and could attain a pinnacle power of 10 stars. If he didn't form 5 suns and moons after advancing to the Sun Moon tier, his power would end up falling to 9 or even 8 stars. If he were only able to form 4 heavenly bodies at the heavenly body tier, his power would continue to fall, perhaps going down to 7 or even 6 stars. Thus, the number of stars that one could surpass wasn't set in stone. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to maintain a high number of stars. This was because keeping the same number of stars would require one to cultivate to an extremely high level in each major tier. A power of 5 stars? Ling Han said with a faint smile. A power of 5 stars was indeed very powerful. However, he had already possessed a power of 6 stars before forming 5 mountains and rivers. Right now, his power was at an astonishing 7 stars. Although there was only a difference of 1 star, there was a huge leap in quality going from the 6th to 7th star. This qualitative change could only be achieved if one formed 5 mountains and rivers. This was similar to how the last 3 stars in the Shattering Void tier could only be bestowed by heaven and earth. Are you afraid now? Zhang Tong chuckled coldly and said, Kneel down and kowtow to me and pledge yourself to me as your master. In light of the fact that cultivation is not easy, I'll take pity on you and accept you as my servant. Ling Han shook his head and said, You're too full of yourself. Fine, you can attack me now. I'm done speaking nonsense with trash such as yourself. I need to dispose of you quickly lest you delay my proper matters. Pooh. The onlookers almost spat their tongues out in astonishment. You're already in such a perilous situation, yet you're still running your mouth? That's a 7-star genius. He's basically invincible in the mountain river tier. Although such a prodigy is only a follower, just how prodigious is Jianghu? Is he an 8-star genius? Or perhaps a 9-star genius? 10-star genius? You're seeking death. Zhang Tong finally couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his right hand and lashed out at Ling Han. He had only thrown this strike casually as he was far too confident in himself. He was sure that this strike would end everything. Ling Han simply snapped his fingers again. Xiao. A burst of sword light surged outward, so dazzling that it illuminated the heavens. Aya. Zhang Tong clasped his hand as he retreated. Blood dripped from his fingers and pitter-pattered onto the ground. The onlookers almost spat their tongues out again. They were completely lost for words. Zhang Tong was a 7-star genius, one that had reached the peak stage of the mountain river tier, no less. Yet he had actually been wounded by a simple snap of that person's fingers. How could they accept this? Why you? Zhang Tong was stunned. He raised his right hand, only to see that a hole had been made in it. The sight of this bloody hole sent a harrowing chill through his body. Although his strike had only been casual, Ling Han's strike had also been similarly casual. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like his opponent had used any secret technique. However, the might of his opponent's strike had been far above that of his. How can such a frightening prodigy appear on such a day? Haven't the top prodigies already been accepted into the sect? Zhang Tong was indeed arrogant and domineering, but was he brainless? Of course not. He had been certain that no super genius would appear today, and as such, it was his chance to act haughty and domineering. One had to remember that he had once been a key disciple. Moreover, he was already at the peak stage of the mountain river tier. It could be said that even many of the seeds were no match for him. The difference in their cultivation level was too large after all. However, he had come across a powerful opponent now. You what? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Ling Han's voice was cold and he continued, in fact, there's no need for you to learn any lesson, because you won't live to see the future. Bullsh *T. Zhang Tong roared loudly as he slapped his chest. A soft green glow appeared, and a small green cauldron appeared within the light. However, this green cauldron immediately started to spin and grow larger, eventually transforming into a giant cauldron that measured 30 meters in height. Suppress him. Zhang Tong roared. Tens of thousands of green aura strands instantly flowed down from the green cauldron and surged toward Ling Han. Each strand of green aura transformed into a large snake that weighed as much as a mountain. They hadn't reached Ling Han yet, but the indescribable might that they exuded was already causing the land to tremor. This was a remarkable god tool. Emerald Cliff Cauldron, someone exclaimed. This is Jianghu's supreme treasure. He actually bestowed it upon Zhang Tong? What? Emerald Cliff Cauldron? That's a Sun Moon tier god tool. It's rumored to be a level 8 god tool, and it ranks highly even when compared to other Sun Moon tier god tools. No, that isn't the Emerald Cliff Cauldron. It's only a replica. Otherwise, would we still be able to stand here and spectate the battle? You're right. If it were the genuine Emerald Cliff Cauldron, just a strand of its aura would be enough to suppress all of us. Even if it's only a replica, it's still extremely terrifying. It can probably rank among the top few mountain river tier god tools. Can't you see that Zhang Tong is even using his precious blood to nurture it? This means that he can't control it using his own raw power. He has to feed it his blood, and as such allow the god tool to become a part of him. Only by doing so can he use this god tool. That person is going to suffer. Boom. The large snakes surged down with the green light, and it was as if countless great stars were crashing down from the sky. The ground continued to shake violently, and the commotion that it caused was petrifying. Zhang Tong smiled coldly. That brat was indeed powerful, had actually forced him to activate the replica Emerald Cliff Cauldron. However, everything was about to end. What mountain river tier cultivator would be able to stand up against the combined power of him and the replica Emerald Cliff Cauldron? What? His expression changed drastically in the next instant. This was because his replica Emerald Cliff Cauldron was shaking in exertion. Even this can't suppress that brat? Pum. The green aura shot upward, revealing Ling Han's fist that was still surging toward the sky. The gigantic green cauldron swayed dangerously, and no more green aura was able to flow down from its body. Wah! Jiang Tong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was linked to this replica Emerald Cliff cauldron, meaning that he would also suffer a backlash should the cauldron be damaged. His body was burning and he felt as if it were about to burst apart. The onlookers were stunned. Chapter 1136. I'll kill him if I want to. The combined power of Jiang Tong and his replica of the Emerald Cliff cauldron was actually unable to suppress Ling Han. One had to realize that Jiang Tong had once been a key disciple. However, he had been easily defeated by someone now. Didn't this mean that Ling Han possessed the strength of a seed? Gasp. How were they to believe this? Who on earth are you? Jiang Tong knew that he had kicked an iron plate. The person who'll kill you, Ling Han replied. He swung a fist toward Jiang Tong, and the fist was so magnificent that even heaven and earth lost their luster. Jiang Tong didn't dare face this attack head-on. He gritted his teeth and turned around to run. He had fled. Arrogant as Jiang Tong was, he had been forced to flee after exchanging just 2 strikes with Ling Han. The onlookers could barely believe their eyes. Thinking about it carefully, however, Jiang Tong had been forced onto his back foot during both of the exchanges. He had even activated his replica Emerald Cliff cauldron the second time around, yet this had failed to turn the tables in his favor. That being the case, why would he stay to fight? Ling Han smiled faintly. He snapped his fingers and soaring sword intent transformed into a streak of light that shot toward Jiang Tong. The ensuing sword light was as quick as light. Jiang Tong raised his arms to block, yet how could he block something that was traveling at the speed of light? Pooh! The sword light slammed into his back and violently ripped him into 2 pieces. The onlookers wet their pants in fright. Someone as powerful as Jiang Tong had been sliced in 2 by a casual sword light attack resulting from a snap of that person's fingers. Ling Han was extremely satisfied. His strike had been a combination of the fast technique and the power of regulations, and it was because of this that it had been so quick and powerful. However, the fast technique by itself would be quicker, while the power of regulation by itself would be more damaging. He had indeed combined these 2 techniques together. However, it was also clear that he hadn't unleashed the full potential of either of the 2 foundation techniques. This was good news. This signified that the combination technique could still become stronger. Meanwhile, Jiang Tong still wasn't dead yet. The vitality of Mountain River tier cultivators was tremendous, and Jiang Tong extended his arms to piece the 2 halves of his body back together. He furiously channeled his origin power in order to prevent excessive blood loss as he did this. His vitality would suffer a huge blow if he lost too much blood. He coughed blood and said, "Sir, don't you think you're going too far? You have to realize that my master is Yang Hao." "I know," Ling Han said with a nod. However, he immediately launched another sword light toward him. Fuck. Jiang Tong swore in his mind. What the fuck do you know? I've already said that Yang Hao is my master, yet you still dare to attack. The crowd suddenly erupted into a frenzy at this moment. This commotion wasn't just traveling through the spectators of this battle, but rather through everyone at the foot of the mountain. There were at least 100,000 people calling out together, and this instantly gave rise to noise that shook heaven and earth. This was because the seeds who were planning to pick followers had finally arrived. Everyone had been waiting for this moment, so they naturally shouted at the top of their lungs in order to attract the attention of the seeds. They hoped that the seeds would favor them and thus select them as a follower. A total of 20 seeds had arrived, with the men being handsome and the women being beautiful. They were all extremely young, yet all of them exuded a powerful aura. A youth in green humphed coldly and said, "Humph, what a bunch of trash. Why do I have to select trash to follow by my side?" He appeared especially arrogant. He was only at the medium extreme of the Mountain River tier, and this cultivation level definitely couldn't be considered high. However, the fact that he had become a seed of the Majestic Heaven Sect revealed that he definitely possessed a supreme talent. The sect had taken a fancy to his potential, not his current cultivation level. "I second that. Let's go back," a young woman said. There was a dab of cinnabar on her forehead, and this made her appear even more beautiful. It seems like there's a commotion over there." A red-robed male suddenly pointed toward the location of Ling Han and Zhang Tong's battle. "That's Zhang Tong," the youth in green said. However, a look of displeasure instantly spread across his face and he said, "Someone actually dares to provoke the follower of senior brother Yang? I need to see who has such gall." He leaped up and dashed toward the location of Ling Han and Zhang Tong. The crowd instantly parted to let him pass. Who dared to ask to be his follower at this moment? Doing so would be to seek a beating. The youth in green observed the situation and immediately shouted, "Stop! Young Master Fu!" Zhang Tong shouted in excitement. It was as if he had seen his savior. He was a seed. He would definitely be safe if young Master Fu stood up for him. Puh. However, his excitement had come too early. Ling Han showed no signs of stopping, and he immediately unleashed another burst of sword light that smashed his head into bits. This time, Zhang Tong's divine sense was ruthlessly obliterated. Even Genesis tier saints wouldn't be able to revive him. "You!" The youth trembled in fury. He had already shouted at him to stop, yet that person had actually ignored him. How audacious. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. "Are you going to end your own life, or do I have to help you end it?" he said coldly. "Dumb C** and T. Ling Han sneered. He then continued to walk forward. "Very well. Very well." The youth in green pointed at Ling Han, yet Ling Han simply walked past him as if he didn't exist. This infuriated him even more, and he extended an arm to grab at Ling Han. "Do you know who I am? I'm Fu Liangye, the imperial grandson of the great heaven Majestic Empire." Ling Han didn't turn around and instead simply snapped his fingers. Pah! A bloody hole instantly appeared on Fu Liangye's palm. "Ah!" he shrieked in pain. The surrounding people all became pale with fright. This person was a little too fearless, wasn't he? Not only had he killed Yang Hao's follower because he had wanted to, but he had even attacked and wounded a seed. "How brave of you," Fu Liangye said with a dark expression. "You're taking advantage of your higher cultivation level to bully me, aren't you?" He was only at the medium extreme of the Mountain River tier, so there was no way he could battle against a cultivator at the consummate level of the Mountain River tier, regardless of how prodigious he was. He had only dared to stand out because of his special status was a seed of the Majestic Heaven Sect, and also the imperial grandson of the great Heaven Majestic Empire. Ling Han ignored him and continued to walk forward. He was heading where the other seeds were all standing. He could already see that person, the target of his trip. She was the 9th King Hu Feiyun. This absent-minded woman was currently dozing off, and it was as if she hadn't had enough sleep. She was starkly different from the other mighty and haughty-appearing seeds. Ling Han truly didn't understand how she had been chosen as a seed. After being wounded by Ling Han, Fu Liangye didn't target him anymore. In any case, this was the territory of the Majestic Heaven Sect, so there was nowhere that Ling Han could run. He followed Ling Han through the crowd, eventually arriving back at where he had just been. "Humph! Dogs should remain where dogs should remain. Is this a place that you can come to?" The young woman with the dab of cinnabar on her forehead scolded. Her face was filled with utter contempt. She was Gan Shiyun, a member of the Gan clan from the 100-bird Majestic Empire of the Peace Gate planet. The Gan clan was a super powerful force of the 100-bird Majestic Empire, and they even possessed elites at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Even the imperial family had to appease them through marriages. Thus, Gan Shiyun was in effect no different from a princess. This naturally resulted in her becoming incredibly haughty. Although she was beautiful, her beauty was nothing compared to Shui Yenyu's. In fact, Shui Yenyu's disposition was countless times more attractive than hers. Not to mention Ling Han had spent 2 years alone with Empress Wan Xing. What other beauty could still attract his gaze? He ignored her words and headed straight for Hu Feiyun. "Detestable," Gan Shiyun said with a cold humph. She waved her hand and summoned a whip before immediately whipping it at Ling Han. Divine patterns glowed in the air. It was evident that this whip was a god tool. Her cultivation level was much higher than that of Fu Liangye was at the peak stage of the consummate level of the Mountain River tier. The might of her whip strike was astounding. Chapter 1137, Goddess Furnace. She was a super genius who was no weaker than Xiao Cixi, and Xiao Wuque power had already reached 6 stars. She was at the peak stage of the Mountain River tier, and her power was 6 stars above this level. Just how terrifying was this? Swoosh. The winds and clouds swirled under the effects of the whip, and it was as if a gaping hole were going to be torn in the sky. She was different, very different. Although Fu Liangye was also a seed-level genius, his cultivation level was still too low at the moment. Thus, he was nowhere near the level of Gan Shiyun. Ling Han knew that the him from 2 years ago would only be able to withstand the power of this whip with his physique. Now, however, he casually raised his hand and brought 2 of his fingers together. Pa! The whip was easily caught between his 2 fingers. Pooh! Countless people almost spat their tongues out in shock upon seeing this. Gan Shiyun was a seed-level genius of the Majestic Heaven Sect. Moreover, she was also at the peak stage of the Mountain River tier. Theoretically speaking, she should have been invincible in the Mountain River tier at the very least. No one should have been able to suppress her. However, this youth had casually caught her whip, and his expression was as if he still had a lot of strength to spare. How large was the gap between them? Gan Shiyun's eyes also bulged in shock. A frosty chill gripped at her heart and she thought, how can this youth be so powerful? He didn't use any secret techniques, and he relied solely on his power to catch my whip. This signified that his power was far above hers. Moreover, his physique was also freakishly sturdy. Otherwise, one would definitely get injured after catching a god tool like that regardless of how strong their power was. However, could such a person really exist in this world? If they did, shouldn't they be a seed of the Majestic Heaven Sect? Ling Han let go of the whip and said, one shouldn't be too domineering. Being kind to others is also equivalent to leaving a path of retreat for oneself. He turned toward Hu Feiyun with a smile and said, Ninth King, there's a letter for you. Hu Feiyun seemed a little dazed as she accepted the letter from him. She speedily read through it and then asked in confusion, Big Sister sent you over to become my follower? That's right, Ling Han said with a nod. What? The people nearby were all stunned upon hearing their exchange. This person who could casually catch Gan Shiyun's whip strike with 2 fingers was actually going to become Hu Feiyun's follower. Although the people here all wished to become followers of the seeds, this was largely because they weren't talented enough to become disciples of the Majestic Heaven Sect. Otherwise, how many people would be willing to become servants? However, judging by Ling Han's abilities, he could have definitely qualified as a seed-level disciple. So, why was coming here to become a follower? Even if he had missed the Majestic Heaven Sect's recruitment period, couldn't he just wait for the next recruitment period? It was only 100 years away, an insignificant amount of time to immortals. The onlookers couldn't understand his actions. Then they all looked toward Hu Feiyun in envy. Now that she had obtained such a powerful follower, her position in the sect would definitely rise to an even greater level. Who are you? Hu Feiyun was still as ditzy as always. Ling Han smiled and said, Han Lin. Han Lin, Han Lin. Ling Han. Hu Feiyun's eyes suddenly lit up, the air of ditziness completely leaving her. A smile blossomed on her face. Her appearance was still a bit ditzy, though, and this filled her smile with the innocence and adorable nature of a young girl. Ling Han smiled faintly. Although this woman was a bit ditzy, she wasn't stupid at all. She had guessed his identity from his alias alone, and this was enough to show the quickness of her reactions. Detestable. Gan Shiyun shouted in fury. Flames surged from her body and weaved into a dense field of divine patterns, making her appear like a goddess of flames. Ling Han turned around and chided, Hasn't anyone told you that it's rude to interrupt the conversations of others? That's right. Hu Feiyun concurred. Her personality hadn't changed at all. There was a look of rage on Gan Shiyun's pretty face. These 2 people were working together to ridicule her. Disciples of the Majestic Heaven Sect obviously weren't allowed to kill each other, yet there was no such restriction for mere followers. Thus, no matter how talented he was, what did it matter if she killed him? The dab of cinnabar between her brows flashed, and a furnace surprisingly flew out. Its emergence instantly caused the temperatures in the surrounding to soar. Crap. That's the Gan clan's goddess furnace. It's a heavenly body tier precious treasure, and it can incinerate all life. No, this is only a replica. The real goddess furnace is definitely still at the Gan clan. That still doesn't change the fact that it's extremely powerful. In fact, it's almost at the sun-moon tier. The surrounding onlookers frantically retreated. A seed at the consummate level of the Mountain River tier was unleashing her might, and even fellow seeds would have to draw on their full power if they were to battle against her. Thus, what right did they have to spectate the battle from a close distance? Ling Han shuffled over to block Hu Feiyun behind him. Meanwhile, the Ninth King stuck her head over Ling Han's shoulder in confusion, and said, "Why is she so angry?" The people in the surroundings all wore strange expressions. Will Gan Shiyun vomit blood upon hearing this? Gan Shiyun didn't vomit blood. However, her pretty face darkened considerably, and she instantly activated her goddess furnace. Boom. Countless bursts of flames soared into the air and intertwined to form sheets of dazzling divine patterns. This was a terrifying sight. Roaring flames incinerate the heaven, she roared. She smacked the goddess furnace, and the lid of the furnace instantly flew up, releasing a green flame that surged toward Ling Han. Ling Han activated an origin power shield. His physique was obviously powerful enough to resist these flames, yet his clothes would definitely be burned to ash. If he allowed these flames to hit him, he would definitely be stripped naked. He naturally couldn't let this happen. "I've got to buy some precious treasure clothes," Ling Han mumbled to himself. "They don't need to possess much defensive ability, but they definitely have to be resistant to fire and water." Die. Gan Shiyun controlled her goddess furnace and charged toward Ling Han. Since the surging flames couldn't kill Ling Han, she would absorb him into the furnace and refine him using its divine flames. That ought to incinerate him into ashes, right? Wong. The goddess furnace expanded and bore down on Ling Han. There was a deafening noise as the goddess furnace slammed into the ground. Meanwhile, Ling Han was nowhere to be seen. He had been trapped inside the furnace. Ha 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 ha. Gan Shiyun roared with laughter. Ling Han had been trapped inside the goddess furnace, so what use was it that he possessed an incredible power? Being incinerated into ashes was his only fate. Pum. A fist-shaped dent appeared on the lid of the furnace, causing the entire furnace to shudder. Pum. Immediately afterward, another fist-shaped dent appeared. Then a third, a fourth. Pung 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 pung. The goddess furnace instantly lost its original shape, becoming extremely irregular in appearance. Everyone's mouth gaped open in shock. In fact, their jaws hung so low that even a fist could be stuffed into their mouths. It was clear that Ling Han was unleashing his might. Gan Shiyun had no option but to continue. "Refine him," she shouted frantically. She unleashed the full power of the God Tool and attempted to refine Ling Han using the supreme divine flames. Even the seeds went pale upon witnessing this sight. What kind of freak is that person? He's already been trapped inside the goddess furnace, yet he still hasn't been refined yet. Not only that, but he's even as energetic as can be. The goddess furnace has almost been destroyed by him. Although this isn't the real goddess furnace, it's still an extremely terrifying mountain river tier god tool. This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 1138. Analyzing the Divine Patterns. The goddess furnace became more and more mangled as it was ferociously punched by Ling Han. Right now, it was so disfigured that it couldn't even be called a furnace anymore. Initially, Ling Han had still needed to use an origin power shield to protect his clothes. However, he retracted this shield after being absorbed into the furnace. So be it if his clothes were incinerated. His physique was already on par with level 5 godly metal anyway, so even elites at the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier would find it extremely difficult to injure him. He put all of his power behind his attacks, and at this moment, his fists could be seen as a pair of level 5 god tools. They were shrouded in divine patterns and brimming with destructive power. Ling Han aggressively destroyed a section of the furnace. However, this furnace had been forged from several layers of godly metal, and thus the furnace wasn't punctured even though he had destroyed a layer. Rather, the layer of godly metal behind it appeared before him. Ling Han saw a divine pattern on this layer of godly metal. This is the martial intent left by some fire element cultivator. I can use it for reference and learn from it. Ling Han was overjoyed and he immediately stopped his attacks and started to analyze the divine pattern. This divine pattern wasn't complete, with only a small portion of it being visible. The rest of it was hidden behind the most internal layer of godly metal. Pung 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 pung. He started to unleash his devastating attacks again. Only when the entire divine pattern was revealed did Ling Han stop his attacks. He continued to analyze the divine pattern. Just like that, he would launch ferocious attacks one moment, and then stop to analyze the divine patterns the next. The people outside didn't know this, so they found this situation to be extremely strange. What on earth is going on? He's incredibly ferocious at times, and smashes the furnace so relentlessly that it appears as if it's going to explode. However, he suddenly stops attacking and goes completely quiet at other times. Is he resting inside? Humph! Who can escape from the goddess furnace? Gan Shiyun said haughtily. If this were the real goddess furnace, even heavenly body tier elites could be forcefully refined. Everyone nodded in agreement. By the looks of it, Ling Han was already a spent force. It had already been a long time since they had heard him attacking the furnace. Sure enough, this goddess furnace was incredibly powerful. Hu Feiyun tilted her head upward and confidently said, "Humph! Ling Han Lin definitely won't be refined." In her mind, Ling Han was invincible. Right now was also no exception. What an absolute joke. He's already been trapped in the goddess furnace, so how can he escape? Fu Liangye said in scorn. Gan Shiyun smiled coldly and said, "You said that the fool isn't dead yet? Then tell him to give a shout." Puh. Another fist-shaped dent appeared on the goddess furnace at this moment, causing the entire furnace to shudder. She had just asked Hu Feiyun to have Ling Han give a shout, and he had responded the very next moment. The devastating power of his punch was more than enough to prove that he was still alive and well. Gan Shiyun's and Fu Liangye's expression darkened. This was utter humiliation. It was as if they had been slapped across the face. Hu Feiyun couldn't help but laugh in a silvery voice. It was just as she had expected. How could Ling Han be restrained by this mere furnace? Meanwhile, Ling Han had already finished analyzing the first divine pattern in the goddess furnace. Thus, he started to attack the goddess furnace again. After destroying a nearby section of godly metal, he stopped his attacks and continued to analyze the divine patterns. He had the Black Tower and the Reincarnation Tree, so one day's comprehension was equivalent to 1 year's worth. Thus, the speed of his comprehension was incredible. The entirety of the second divine pattern was finally revealed after he destroyed another layer of godly metal. Ling Han memorized this divine pattern, and then entered the Black Tower to comprehend it under the Reincarnation Tree. This way he would be able to understand and master this divine pattern as quickly as possible. Another divine pattern of flame had already appeared on his mountains and rivers. It wasn't long before he exited the Black Tower. Pung pung pung. The third divine pattern was revealed after another burst of ferocious attacks. Ling Han started his comprehension again. The people outside were completely stumped. The person inside would attack for a while and then suddenly stop. What on earth was he doing? Some thought that he was on the verge of being refined, yet he would continue to launch devastating attacks once in a while. Others thought that he could escape from the furnace, yet he would suddenly stop after attacking for a while. What the hell are you doing? The people outside were almost driven crazy. After a few hours, Ling Han had already destroyed all of the internal layers of the goddess furnace. He had also analyzed and grasped all of the divine patterns. However, he still hadn't had enough, and he wondered just how good it would be if he could analyze the real goddess furnace. It was a shame that the goddess furnace was a precious treasure of the Gan clan. That being the case, how could he possibly analyze and comprehend it? Generally speaking, God tools were all nurtured and formed by the martial intent of cultivators. They would be inscribed with one's comprehension of the great Tao, and such comprehensions would reveal themselves in the form of divine patterns. Thus, analyzing these divine patterns was equivalent to analyzing a cultivator's martial intent. Of course, not all divine patterns were worthy of being analyzed and mastered. However, it would only take a glance for one to determine whether a divine pattern was worth studying or not. After all, how could immortals not possess such judgment? In any case, Ling Han had already grasped all of the divine patterns, so there was no point in him staying in the goddess furnace for any longer. Ling Han sighed in disappointment. Why didn't this goddess furnace give him more divine patterns to comprehend? These divine patterns of flames were extremely helpful to him. Pung 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 pung. He started to unleash his full power against the goddess furnace. He was like an enraged ape, and the goldy metal in the furnace was destroyed layer by layer. Although this goddess furnace was only a replica, it was still extremely sophisticated. It was forged from 9 layers of godly metal, with divine patterns inscribed into each layer. It was especially mighty and it was basically indestructible. At least for cultivators at the mountain river tier. However, Ling Han was an exception. One had to realize that his physique was on par with level 5 godly metal. Not only that, but his power could also surpass 7 stars, with his fists being almost as powerful as level 5 god tools. The goddess furnace was no match for Ling Han, and it was destroyed layer by layer. The onlookers had already become accustomed to this banging sound as they had heard it every once in a while. However, they quickly realized that this time was different. Because the banging sound had gone on for far too long. Boom. A hand suddenly reached out from the goddess furnace. At the same time, a giant crack appeared on this furnace that had already been beaten beyond recognition. Pum. There was another deafening boom, and the crack grew even larger, revealing a youthful face. It was Ling Han. Gasp. Everyone drew a sharp breath. Judging by his relaxed expression, he hadn't been wounded a single bit. This was the goddess furnace. Yet, it had actually been brutally smashed open. Not only that, but the culprit was actually unscathed. Oh. Ling Han had initially wanted to climb out, but he suddenly faltered and said, "Hang on a second." He retrieved some clothes from the Black Tower and put them on. With that done, he swung his fists a few more times and blasted open a hole that was large enough for him to get through. He then casually stepped out. Gan Shiyun's face twitched in disbelief. That was the goddess furnace. Although it was a replica, it was still a precious treasure. She had only been bestowed with this treasure because she was the most prodigious clan member of her generation. However, this god tool that she took so much pride in had actually been destroyed before her very eyes? She was unable to accept this. Could it be that Ling Han was actually a humanoid god tool? "Compensate me for the goddess furnace," she screamed in a high-pitched voice. This precious treasure belonged to the clan, and she had only been bestowed with the right to use it. She didn't own it. "Compensate you for what? This is my spoils of battle." Ling Han stowed the remains of the goddess furnace into his Black Tower. Although it wasn't a god tool anymore, he couldn't waste the materials. He could use it to elevate the quality of his divine demon sword. Why you? Gan Shiyun was seething with rage. Not only was Ling Han not planning to compensate her for the goddess furnace, but he had even taken its remains for himself. He had gone too far. Chapter 1139, Becoming a Seed. "How dare you?" Gan Shiyun shouted in rage. "You're merely a lowly follower, yet you actually dare to steal my god tool? Are you trying to belittle the Majestic Heaven Sect?" Gan Shiyun wasn't wrong to say this. One of them was a disciple of the Majestic Heaven Sect, while the other was only a follower of another seed. Not only that, but she was also a seed. Meanwhile, Ling Han couldn't even be considered a disciple of the Majestic Heaven Sect. However, their cultivation levels were similar, yet she, a seed, couldn't even defeat another seed's follower. What face did she have to seek help from the sect? Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "I understand. I won, so I took something as my spoils of battle. If you want it back, fine. Defeat me first." Defeat Ling Han. Was that easy? These words had always only been spoken by the seed-level prodigies. Now, however, a mere follower was saying it in an extremely arrogant manner. Hu Feiyun nodded and said, that's right. This is Ling Han Lin's spoils of battle." She was only adding more fuel to the fire. To say nothing of Gan Shiyun, even the other seeds wore looks of anger. They felt as if they along with their dignity were being walked over. They shot hostile glances at Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Are you people going to shamelessly gang up on me at the slightest of disagreements? Come, I'll take whatever comes my way. You can challenge me one-on-one, or you can all come at me as a group. It's all up to you. However, don't forget to submit to me if you lose." This infuriated the seeds even more. The fact that they had become seeds signified that they were invincible against those at the same cultivation level. Even if they had opponents, it would be their fellow seeds. However, they were being belittled by a mere follower now, so how could this not stoke their anger? These people had been arrogant and prideful even before they had entered the Majestic Heaven Sect. Hu Feiyun clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Han Lin, you're so amazing." This ninth king had been completely spoiled and pampered, and she was even a little ditzy on top of that. As a result, she couldn't read the mood at all. However, none of the seeds stepped forward to challenge Ling Han, even though they were all incandescent with rage. This was only natural. Gan Shiyun was definitely one of their stronger members, yet she had still been defeated, even after summoning her replica goddess furnace. Would the results change if they challenged Ling Han? No way. Perhaps there was only a tiny number of Mountain River tier cultivators who could suppress this freak, those king tier prodigies who had formed 5 mountains and rivers. If one couldn't reach the true pinnacle of the Mountain River tier, they could only be referred to as prodigy, super genius, or supreme prodigy. They were quite some way off becoming a king tier prodigy. Hee hee. There was a drawn-out laugh, and a skinny man suddenly appeared among the onlookers. His aura was obscure, yet sensing just a tiny bit of it was enough to elicit a feeling of apprehension from the depths of one's soul. He was a supreme elite. The seeds hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting and said, "My respects to Elder Hai Yun." Their expressions were especially respectful. This was because Elder Hai Yun was a heavenly body tier elite. Although they were all seed-level prodigies, being a seed meant that 90% of them could advance to the Sun-Moon tier, and most of them to the peak stage. Only less than 1/10 of them could eventually become heavenly body tier elites. This was already an optimistic estimate. Thus, how could they not suppress their pride and arrogance before such a supreme elite? Elder Hai Yun waved his hand. He turned his gaze to Ling Han, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. Fortunately, his expression was hidden by the air of primal chaos that shrouded his face. Otherwise, the onlookers would definitely be stunned. A heavenly body tier elite was actually this surprised. "Young man, are you interested in joining our sect?" Elder Hai Yun smiled and said, "I can guarantee that you'll become a seed." Everyone was stunned by his words, yet at the same time, they all felt that it was reasonable. Ling Han was able to defeat Gan Xiuna seed with ease. Moreover, their cultivation levels were the same. This was enough to prove just how terrifying Ling Han's abilities were. If a prodigy like him couldn't enter the Majestic Heaven sect and become a seed, what kind of awkward situation would the other seeds be placed in? However, the Majestic Heaven sect had its own rules. It had never accepted a disciple outside of its recruitment periods that occurred once every 100 years. This was a custom that had been developed since long ago. However, Elder Hai Yun had actually broken this rule for Ling Han the first time that he saw him. This was naturally astounding. Ling Han pondered for a moment before answering, "I'm willing to join the Majestic Heaven sect." This had been his plan all along. Elder Hai Yun laughed heartily and appeared especially satisfied. He nodded and said, "The rest of you also choose some followers. Han Lin, come with me in a while. I have some things to say to you." "Understood," Ling Han said with a respectful nod. This was the respect that one had to show to heavenly body tier elites. Gan Shiyun's entire body shook in anger. What could she do now? Ling Han had also become a seed, so she couldn't even borrow the power of the sect. No. She definitely had to wash this humiliation away. If she wasn't powerful enough, she would seek help from others. She would seek help from those true freaks. Ling Han swept his gaze around the surroundings. He then strode toward the man and woman who had stepped out to help him just then. Now was different from just then, and his status had already changed completely. The crowds parted to let him through, and they all gazed at him with eagerness and fervor. They hoped that he would choose them as his followers. Many beauties also winked at him, their expressions as charming as could be. If they were chosen by Ling Han, they would definitely be willing to give even their bodies. Anyhow, being able to follow a seed-level prodigy was like a sparrow reaching a branch and being able to transform into a phoenix. It was a shame that Ling Han paid them no attention at all. He directly walked past them and arrived before the man and woman. Meanwhile, the ninth king also followed behind him. She was incredibly bored here, and she had finally come across an old friend. Thus, there was naturally a lot that she wanted to say. Ling Han smiled and asked, "This brother, are you interested in becoming my follower? Also, your junior sister can become her follower." He pointed toward Hu Feiyun. Hu Feiyun cocked her head and looked at the beauty in green, not appearing to have any objections. She really couldn't care less whom she took as a follower. Since Ling Han had given her a suggestion, she naturally wouldn't turn him down. The senior brother and junior sister duo was delighted by Ling Han's proposal. However, they were also feeling a little nervous and afraid. "I have to accept your gesture of goodwill for stepping out to help me. The most important thing to a cultivator is their disposition, and the actions of you two have won my admiration," Ling Han said. The pair exchanged a glance. Then they both nodded. "I'm called Fan Ru," the senior brother said. "My junior sister is called Qin Xiao. Thank you for taking us as your followers, young Master Han," and he looked toward Hu Feiyun, whose name he still didn't know. She's Hu Feiyun, Ling Han said with a smile. Qin Shao immediately curtsied and said, "Greetings, master." Hu Feiyun hurriedly pulled her up and said, "Just call me Fei Fei. I don't like others referring to me as master." Qin Shao nodded in understanding. She immediately developed a good impression of Hu Feiyun. "Okay, let's enter the sect," Ling Han said with a smile. He missed Shui Yinyu dearly and he also wanted to reunite with his 3 brothers. He walked side by side with Hu Feiyun, while Fan Ru and Qin Shao walked a few steps behind them. The other seeds also started to select followers, and the atmosphere instantly became boisterous as everyone clamored for a spot. Ling Han had Fan Ru and his junior sister follow Hu Feiyun first while he went over to visit Elder Hai Yun. He followed Elder Hai Yun to a residence on the main mountain peak. Clouds swirled around the peak, making it seem like heaven on earth. "This isn't your real appearance. Are you being hunted after offending too many people?" Elder Hai Yun cut straight to the point. Chapter 1140, I shall help you deal with it. Ling Han's heart clenched, but he also knew that it was truly difficult for disguise skills of this type to fool the eyes of heavenly body tier. He nodded and replied, "My name is Ling Han. On my way to the Majestic Heaven sect I was attacked, so I decided to simply change my appearance so the other side would believe that I have died. I would also be able to save myself from some trouble in this manner." Elder Hai Yun nodded in satisfaction. If Ling Han had been evasive, he would definitely have been secretly displeased, but now that Ling Han had spoken the truth without the slightest hesitation, his impression of Ling Han became even better. He was an elite of heavenly body tier, and had the feeling of invincibility. Thus he immediately said, "Who are your enemies? I can speak out for you and have them no longer target you." He was very confident to say such words. What matters could not be solved by a heavenly body tier in this world. At least in this galaxy there were definitely none. Ling Han was a bit sheepish and answered, "I have quite a number of enemies." "No matter." Elder Hai Yun waved his hand dismissively, not in the least concerned. Ling Han nodded and replied, "My enemies comprise Great Generals Sha and Zhao from Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire, as well as the Eternity Sky Emperor and the Jade Drop Emperor. Additionally, the Dark Night Hall are also having a covetous eye on me. I will be troubling you then, senior." Pooh. Elder Hai Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In his eyes, what kind of people could a mere cultivator of Mountain River tier manage to offend? At best it would have to be Sun Moon tier, and only those in the low extreme or medium extreme. If not, how could Ling Han possibly be alive until now? He himself was an elite of the heavenly body tier. One word from him, and even those in the consummate level of Sun Moon tier would have to obey his command respectfully. Thus this was naturally a small matter. But what kind of people had Ling Han offended? Great Generals Zhao and Sha, the Eternity Sky Emperor and Jade Drop Emperor. They were all elites of the heavenly body tier. Even he was only in the low extreme of the heavenly body tier, so his abilities were more or less even with those of Great Generals Zhao and Sha. And in front of the Eternity Sky Emperor and Jade Drop Emperor, he wasn't even qualified to speak up. Among immortals, the gap of a minor level would mean a world of difference. What more when some had managed to become emperors, which one of them would not have battle prowess that allowed them to surpass a gap of 4 to 5 stars. "You?" Elder Hai Yun looked at Ling Han. He was now a little hesitant. Would he be taking in a genius disciple, or an extremely big bundle of trouble? However, with a turn of thought, he laughed loudly. For a mere cultivator of Mountain River tier to offend so many heavenly body tier elites yet still manage to live so heartily was proof enough of his abilities. Who else in this world would be able to accomplish that? If this brat did not die, his future prospects would be boundless. "You have formed the 5th Mountain River, right?" Elder Hai Yun asked. "Yes." Ling Han did not hide that fact. Obviously, on the level of true elites, the 5th Mountain River, Sun Moon and Heavenly Body was not a secret, and the so-called saying of 5-star geniuses only existing in legends was only a theory that spread in the circle of low-level cultivators. What elite had you seen that had said such words? With their difference in level, the world they came into contact with was naturally different as well. In truth, the Joint Peace Planet did not lack 5-star geniuses and 5-star geniuses in terms of power, the true 5-star geniuses. Empress Luan Xing herself was even a 9-star genius, but normal people would not be capable of coming into contact with such prodigies. Just look at Ling Han. After forming his 5th Majestic Heaven Sect, he had entered into the Majestic Heaven Sect, so what opportunity did normal people have to come into contact with him now? Furthermore, the belief that 5-star geniuses only existed in legends was already a universally accepted theory and an ironclad rule that was universally acknowledged. If you suddenly said that there even existed 7 or 8-star geniuses, how many would actually believe you? Human beings usually chose to believe what they were willing to believe. Not bad, not bad. At present, in the Mountain River tier, only 7 have formed the 5th Mountain River tier. Elder Hai Yun nodded as he gazed upon Ling Han even more kindly than before. Who would not like a genius? Yet Ling Han was slightly surprised. In this generation, there were actually as many as 7 that had formed the 5th Mountain River? This was merely a very small galaxy, and there were innumerable such galaxies in the entire immortal realm. Additionally, the overall level of the cultivation world here was not high, with only a single elite of the Eternal River tier. Any who managed to reach the Heavenly Body tier would be capable of building their own power base. If it was in a galaxy with a higher overall level of cultivation, then wouldn't there be even more young king tiers like this? That was definite. Ling Han nodded. However, the path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. The further you progressed, the harder it would become. Not only would it be difficult to reach a high cultivation tier, it would naturally be more difficult to cultivate to the pinnacle level on the higher cultivation tiers. A 10-star genius in Mountain River tier might perhaps decline to 9, 8, or 7 stars in future. Who could guarantee that he would be able to cultivate to the pinnacle on every cultivation level? Go on. Be more careful when you do things in future, and try to stay inside the sect, Elder Hai Yun commanded. After finding out what kind of people Ling Han had offended, he no longer dared to take complete charge of the matter. He might really not be capable of dealing with Ling Han's enemies. Ling Han saluted again, then turned and left. His lodgings were on the White Frost Peak. By this time, his rooms had already been prepared. It was a small palace and was large enough to accommodate over 100 people, but presently the only 2 staying here were Ling Han and Fan Ru. Not bad. The spiritual qi on the White Frost Peak is especially dense in the first place, and added with the fact that there is a formation in this palace to gather spiritual qi, it is really not bad to cultivate in this place. Ling Han nodded. He told Fan Ru to choose any room, while he himself would naturally be occupying the master rooms. However, if it was in terms of cultivation environment, how could this compare to the inside of the Black Tower? There was a reincarnation tree growing inside. Ling Han worked hard on cultivation inside the Black Tower. At first he was slightly proud of himself, but when he heard that there were another 6 people in the Majestic Heaven Sect that had formed the 5th Mountain River, he felt a strong pressure. In the Mountain River tier, he was still not invincible. If he was careless and relaxed, others might catch up to him, or the gap between him and others would become larger and larger. He took out true origin stones and built a small formation by his side. Abruptly, incredibly rich spiritual qi surged. It was practically impossible for it to disperse, just like a heavy fog. It twined around him and was absorbed by him. This was completely burning through his true origin stones, but the effects were apparent. The richness of this spiritual qi was at least 100-fold stronger than that of the spiritual qi outside. As Ling Han refined spiritual qi for his own use, he comprehended Tao underneath the reincarnation tree, allowing his thoughts to wander. I still have to combine cultivation with the use of alchemical pills, working on both at the same time. After the night ended, Ling Han stopped cultivation. He looked at Qin Yi and the others, and Yuan Qinghe, who was the most talented, had already reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. If it was not because he wanted to make his cultivation level even sturdier, he could already attempt breaking through to the Mountain River tier by now. But there was no rush now. Though Yuan Qinghe was not a top-grade genius, there should be no problem for him to rush up to 14 stars in power. Then, his battle prowess would possibly reach 20 stars, and he could be called a genius in the immortal realm. Ling Han gave the 4 of them a few words of encouragement, and then left the Black Tower. He decided to find Shui Yenyu, the Rain Emperor, and the others. He thought for a moment, and then decided to give more attention to his lover than his friends. He chose to find Shui Yenyu first. Ordinary disciples were naturally not staying on the White Frost Peak, but rather on the Black Water Peak. This mountain peak was much shorter than the White Frost Peak. On his way here, he could already sense that the spiritual qi in the environment here was much inferior. No wonder there were so many ordinary disciples that wanted to become the followers of seeds. That was because they would be able to stay on the White Frost Peak, where the environment for cultivation was much better. What a coincidence. Ling Han was just about to find someone to ask where Shui Yinyu was staying when he just happened to see the beauty walk over, and there was a man in green robes following behind her. He looked quite handsome and seemed quite confident in himself, with a powerful vibe of arrogance. Chapter 1141, Fly. Because they were too far away, Ling Han could not hear what the two people were saying. He could only see that the green-robed young man kept bothering Shui Yinyu, and Shui Yinyu was coldly ignoring him. He had not seen her for 2 years, and Shui Yinyu was still as beautiful as she had been. However, she now had a coldness to her that would keep others away, like she was a beauty of ice. But she was the lovely type of woman, so this gave her a feeling of arrogance. She had the bearing of a queen indeed, with a bit of the type of appeal that the Empress Luanxing possessed. Ling Han couldn't help but feel startled. He actually thought of Empress Luanxing again. The charm of this empress was really too powerful. He kept thinking of her now and then. Ling Han shook his head, and chased out the voluptuous, enchanting figure of Empress Luanxing from his mind. To think of another woman in front of Shui Yinyu was not something good. He strode over. His wife was being targeted by a detestably fly, so he naturally had to run over to become her knight in shining armor. Because they were walking towards each other, the distance between the two sides naturally became closer very soon. Junior Sister Shui, why don't we go to the northern Goshawk Gorge later? I heard that a godly medicine has appeared there, and a great many people have already gone there to try their luck. The green-robed young man's voice floated over. Bai Hua, how many times have I told you? Don't follow me? Shui Yinyu uttered coldly. She raised her right hand and frost formed over her hand. She was really angered now. The beauty was fierce, but it did not cause any feeling of disgust. Instead, it added some charm to her. The eyes of the green-robed young man lit up involuntarily. From the moment this beautiful flower had entered into the sect, he had already had his eye on her. And due to his abuse of authority, there was naturally no one that would compete with him. She was already his exclusive property to him. Unfortunately, this seductive beauty would not show a smile to him at all, causing him to be disappointed, but stoking the flames of his fighting spirit at the same time. He was determined to pluck this snowy lotus and have her smile warmly for him. Hi's heart throbbed, and he felt an urge to push this beauty down. Hey, your eyeballs are about to fall out. Ling Han walked forward and placed himself between the two of them without any explanation. Shui Yinyu immediately looked disgusted, and hurried to take a few steps back. She detested Bai Hua, but this did not mean that she would be close with another man. Bai Hua, though, was angered. Who did you think you were, to actually dare to interfere in his business? He coughed and said, Junior brother looks quite unfamiliar. Which uncle are you under one? In the Majestic Heaven sect, ordinary disciples and key disciples would both be taken in by an elite of the Sun-Moon tier. However, they would address him as teacher, and not master. Of course, if both sides were happy with the other, their relationship could progress further, and develop into a master-disciple relationship. However, seated prodigies did not fall under this restriction. These people would get the personal guidance of heavenly body tier elites, and there was no fix they were under. Whichever heavenly body tier cultivator had free time would come and offer his guidance. Even Venerable Trinity himself would show up occasionally. Ling Han cracked a grin and said, What junior brother, do you have any eyes? I am your senior brother. Bai Hua was enraged. He himself was a key disciple. If he was not, he would not be able to intimidate so many disciples and monopolize Shui Yinyu. Just looking at Ling Han, he did not have any sign marking him as a seed, and he recognized all the key disciples. Hence, there was only one possibility, and it was that Ling Han was just a normal disciple. In the Majestic Heaven sect, the hierarchy was still quite strict. No matter how high the cultivation level of an ordinary disciple was, as long as their major tier was the same, they would have to address key disciples and seated disciples as senior brother or senior sister disciple. Of course, it was the same for key disciples. They would have to be humble in front of seed disciples. You were both in the Mountain River tier, and you, an ordinary disciple, actually dared to call yourself a senior brother in front of a key disciple like himself? To put it more seriously, this was practically treason. How dare you? Bai Hua's expression darkened. There were passers-by in the proximity, and when they saw that there was a free show, they naturally stopped walking. They began to watch the show and even started a commentary, providing a detailed analysis of Bai Hua's identity and battle prowess. Ling Han asked, "What is it? Are you unconvinced?" "Convinced your head." Bai Hua made his move and delivered an attack at Ling Han. Hong, his fist punched out, his fist power forming a black wolf, which galloped towards Ling Han. It was formed from origin power with his martial intent condensed within. Over 30 divine patterns could be seen flickering, which showed that even if he had not used his full effort in this blow, he had at least used 70 to 80%. After all, he was only a key disciple, so how many divine patterns could he form in any case? Ling Han pretended to be flustered and shot out more than 10 punches in a row to disperse the strike. Who is this? Though he dispersed the strike with great difficulty, to be able to disperse the strike of a key disciple is proof that his abilities are very strong. That's right. Bai Hua has already reached the peak stage of the consummate level, and this person could not possibly be at an advantage in terms of cultivation level, so all he has to rely on is his actual abilities. Do we have this kind of disciple on our Blackwater Peak? They all looked at one another and shook their heads. When Bai Hua saw that he had the upper hand with this strike, he had naturally lost his qualms. This was also what he had expected. In a situation where both sides were of the same cultivation level, how could an ordinary disciple be a match for a key disciple? Otherwise, what was the point of splitting them up into ordinary and key disciples? He continued to release powerful moves, each strike severe. Ling Han merely defended without attacking. He deliberately made it so he cut a slightly sorry figure to avoid Shui Yanyu being able to infer anything. True enough, this seductive beauty did not recognize him at all. Although she kept watching from the sidelines, she did not reveal any obvious inclination which side she was leaning towards. In Shui Yanyu's eyes, he stepped up on his own, most probably because he, too, coveted her beauty. Abruptly, Ling Han had no interest to continue playing with Bai Hua, comparing playing with a man and playing with his wife, which one was more interesting. His fist landed on Bai Hua's face, and the latter was suddenly sent flying. Fuck. Seeing this scene, the people in the surrounding area were all dumbstruck and gaped in shock. That was Bai Hua, a key disciple. This had to be a coincidence, everyone thought. Otherwise, how could someone with Bai Hua's abilities possibly have been struck with this blow? Even Bai Hua thought so. One punch from the other had suddenly penetrated his defenses, causing him to be unable to parry in time. He could only watch helplessly as he was hit. He leaped up from the ground and charged back over at Ling Han with a loud shout. Pung 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 pung. Another several exchanges later, Bai Hua's lower abdomen was hit with a kick, and he was sent flying. Was it another coincidence? A muscle twitched in Bai Hua's cheek. He charged back again, but he was once more sent flying with a slap in just a few moves. This time, everyone could tell there was something off. How could there be so many coincidences that would cause Bai Hua to suffer time after time? Hee, what are you all watching? A newcomer rushed over and stuck his head out to look over curiously. However, when he saw the two sides that were fighting, he involuntarily choked with laughter. What is it? Someone beside him asked. Haha, Bai Hua is seeking his own humiliation here. That person laughed loudly. This senior brother is the super genius that was taken in as a seed as an exception yesterday. He managed to smash even senior sister disciple Gan Shiyun's goddess furnace with brute force. Pooh, everyone spurted out. Chapter 1142, Jealousy. In the Majestic Heaven Sect, every seed was definitely outstandingly famous. About 10,000 normal disciples would be taken in at the same time, and there would only be a 1,000 key disciples. As for seeds, there would only be 100 at most. And that would still have to depend on the year. Sometimes there were even only over a dozen. There had never been an incident wherein a heavenly body tier elite had been nurtured from normal and key disciples, but among the genius seeds, there were such examples, and furthermore, the ratio was even as high as 1 in every 10. Don't underestimate this ratio. It should be known that there would only be 1 in every 10 shattering void tier cultivators that could break through to the mountain river tier, and from the mountain river tier onwards, innumerable people would be stuck at every minor level. Upon further calculation from the mountain river tier to the heavenly body tier, there was a total of 6 minor levels and 2 major tiers in between. Hence, in billions and billions of mountain river tier cultivators, perhaps only one would be capable of reaching the heavenly body tier. And going by that theory, about 10% of the seed disciples would be able to break through to the heavenly body tier, so how terrifying was this ratio? But this was very normal because the genius seeds were the most prodigious geniuses of each planet in the first place. Wasn't the high ratio of breaking through to the heavenly body tier a very normal thing, then? Ling Han was actually a seed. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time they felt involuntarily amused. Previously, Bai Hua had said Ling Han had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities, and assumed the air of a senior brother, but in the end? Ling Han was the real senior brother disciple here. Bai Hua naturally heard these words loud and clear. His expression had already turned the color of maroon. This was really too humiliating. He glared at Ling Han, but dared not bear any thoughts of vengeance in his heart. To avenge himself facing a seed-level genius. He would have to be tired of living to do that. Covering his head and face, Bai Hua retreated to one side. He did not dare to fight with Ling Han anymore. A seed was a seed, their battle prowess was too powerful. Ling Han looked at Shui Yinyu with a grin and asked, "Girl, I've saved you, so shouldn't you repay me with yourself?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what kind of expression they should put on. In broad daylight, you immediately started to take liberties with a woman at the slightest chance. Was that really appropriate? Even if you were a seed, you still couldn't be that arrogant. This was the Majestic Heaven Sect, and if even the safety of the disciples in the sect could not be ensured, then what further purpose was there for its continued existence? "Thank you," Shui Yinyu replied coldly. Bai Hua did not leave, because he wanted to see Ling Han deflated in front of Shui Yinyu. True enough, this woman would not give face even to a seed. Elation involuntarily rose up in his heart. Seeing something that he could not obtain for himself, he naturally hoped that others would similarly not be capable of obtaining it. What if I insist? Ling Han stepped in front of Shui Yinyu, stretching his arms open, looking completely like a bully stealing away a bride for himself. The sect has its rules. Shui Yinyu uttered icily. She did not believe Ling Han would do so, and the great elites in the sect wouldn't allow him to do as he liked. Ling Han snickered and said, "You are my wife, it is destined." He used his own voice to speak out these words. Abruptly Shui Yinyu started. A sliver of pleasant surprise appeared on her beautiful face, but at the same time, there was also caution. After all, she could not confirm the identity of a person just based on voice alone. "Come give me a hug," Ling Han said, and without asking for Shui Yinyu's agreement, directly wrapped her inside his arms. Fuck, he really succeeded? Everyone took a sharp breath. They felt that this seed-level genius was really too perverted to actually take liberties with a junior sister in front of all their eyes. Wasn't that seeking his own death? No matter how much of a genius you were, if you publicly trampled over the rules of the sect, who would be able to cover for you? With this embrace, Shui Yinyu naturally smelt a familiar scent immediately. It was him. She couldn't help but become excited, and involuntarily stretched out her arms to embrace Ling Han back. Boo! Everyone spluttered. What was going on here? She was hooked so quickly. They did not know that Ling Han and Shui Yinyu were already a couple, and thought that Shui Yinyu had been moved with this embrace from Ling Han. Naturally, all of them felt regret. If they had known, they would have used force against this seductive beauty. Just see how easily she had been hooked. Bai Hua even spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that a great injustice had been done to him. So it turned out that this woman liked a man that was forceful. Previously, he had pursued Shui Yinyu relentlessly without any success, and now, one forceful embrace from Ling Han, and Shui Yinyu had practically turned into a pool of water. How could he not be greatly angered by this? He only felt that he was the greatest idiot in the entire world. As they had been separated for 2 years, Shui Yinyu's passion burned like fire, and she took the initiative to kiss Ling Han. Ling Han was naturally not about to disappoint a beauty, and kissed her heavily. Wah! A great commotion rose up in their surroundings, everyone cursing this adulteress. Naturally they were the sour grapes. They were really too envious. A frightening aura swept over, causing an endless coldness to rise up from within the depths of their souls. Pa 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 pa. Aside from Ling Han, everyone collapsed onto the ground at the same time, and Shui Yinyu too, dropped bonelessly into Ling Han's arms, her delicate body trembling. Ling Han turned around in shock, and saw that Hu Feiyun was presently looking at him and Shui Yanyu darkly. That endless majestic presence was precisely exuded from her body. But at this moment, Ling Han thought that this was not that muddle-headed girl. It was Empress Luan Xing. Precisely in the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm, Ling Han had already seen Empress Luan Xing appear through Hu Feiyun in a very strange method, and now she had appeared again. But there was no danger now, so why had you come out? Hold on, could it be because of jealousy? Ling Han felt that this was inconceivable, but aside from this reason, was there any second possibility? He laid Shui Yanyu down, and hurriedly rushed towards Hu Feiyun. He grabbed her wrist in a single move and declared, "Come with me." Hu Feiyun's no, the Empress Luan Xing's eyes widened, and she seemed to be about to stretch out her imposing aura to send Ling Han flying. However, for some unknown reason, her heart softened and she allowed him to take her away. The two of them soon arrived at White Frost Peak, and entered into Ling Han's palace. "What exactly is wrong with you?" Ling Han asked. Empress Luan Xing humphed and said, "What right do you have to ask me questions? Just now you almost killed me. Could it be that I can't ask why?" Ling Han uttered angrily. Actually, Empress Luan Xing didn't know herself why she had come out. It was completely a moment of impulse, which she involuntarily put into action. However, she was naturally not going to admit it. She declared, "I will kill whoever I want to, with or without a reason." She was really at Sundara. "You have to give me an honest explanation today. What relation is there between you and the Ninth King? Why can you appear in her body?" Ling Han said in a justified manner. "Do you think I will tell this secret to an irrelevant person?" Empress Luan Xing smirked, though she felt like going crazy in her heart. He was merely in the mountain river tier and could actually bargain in front of her? When was it that heavenly body tier had become so cheap? Ling Han stared at her for a moment and then said, "All right, I can tell you some of my secrets and you too must not hide anything from me." Empress Luan Xing really wanted to ask him who did he think he was, and what basis did he have to make such a request of her, but every aspect of her time with Ling Han these 2 years rose up in her mind, especially the last bit when she pounced on him. That scene caused her to blush heavily and her heart to throb madly, and involuntarily, her imposing manner in front of Ling Han softened slightly. "Don't resist my divine sense, I will bring you into my spatial god tool." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.